How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Let's continue this Decay'zel run. I'm kind of eager to get to the point where we vote on what we do next, because I've gotten myself to a point where I'm feeling pretty enthusiastic about like 3 different builds I want to do, and then I still want to do Kaylee's no-hit challenge at some point, maybe before the end of the year. I don't know. We'll see how the timeline on that works out. Um, yeah, considering the year is only a month and a half left. It's crazy. How we doing? Sora, loading screen, Jester, Say, Aaliyah, Revan. Um, so what fights are we looking at doing today? Iron Throne? That sounds fun. Do I want to fight Gortash on this run? How do I even feel about that? Because, like, I'd have to paralyze him twice. The summons are not going to be doing meaningful amounts of anything to him. We'll see. I may have to move the timetable on Orin up significantly. Getting House of Hope access seems like a good idea right now. Oh, I want to do Mystic Carrion's quest for Staff of Cherished Necromancy, right? Right. That's my start streaming alarm. I want to go with offhand Fear of Evening. I have a weird plan. I think I want Armor of Agility now. Hey Superman, how are you? Morning Heaven, how are you? Well, I want Armor of Agility. That or Helldusk, or I guess I could use Kethric's armor too. I could abduct this guy to Cazador's dungeon. This makes more sense.
Into the shadows. The end comes.
Hey, thank you so much for the Prime in the 2 months. Hey Chris, how are you?
Unseen.
Murdered someone in fear
Oh, I
of a
didn't.
guard. Perhaps unsurprisingly,
Happy
you're
Necromancy.
under arrest.
Thank you so much.
They believe
Ready for the year to be over so I can hibernate, thanks. Yeah.
true way.
Just these three then.
Yeah. I don't know how much I'm rushing into the end of the year, but rest sounds good. Hey, Stoic Stoner, how are you? I just fucking love Cyberpunk. It's such a good game, isn't it, Sora? Like, it's just a good game. Okay, so Armor of Agility. No Shield of Faith. I don't have any damage reduction. anymore. I don't need Eversight Ring if I'm doing Char Spirit of Evening. I'm thinking I run something like this. I can make a darkness cloud and then just drink invis pots inside of it. It's needed. Yeah. Okay, what I need to do now is gonna create some spell slots for the day. What am I gonna concentrate on? Char's Darkness? Yeah, I suppose Char's Darkness. Maybe Edgerunners is due a rewatch. Whether they're doing a season 2 or sequel or continuation of Edgerunners, whether it's new crew or not, has been talked about. Last I heard was that they weren't continuing it, but I don't know, the last time I tuned into that discourse was quite a while ago. My information is probably outdated. Actually, these ballists won't be mad at me. I'm an unholy assassin. I need to plan around fighting them.
Halt! Ori, go ahead. Their blood is yours as you...
They still aggro?
I will ascend.
Huh? Alright, thanks, summons. Very, very cool, I guess.
Victory awaits.
Looked at it, it's not Edgerunners 2, just another cyberpunk kind of anime set in Night City, also made with Netflix. Yeah, that's, that sounds more correct. It's a great setting, they could do a lot with it.
I am fury. I am death.
And considering how well Edgerunners was received and handled, more is a attractive prospect. Nice.
Swift and lethal. Time to strike.
What do I have on gloves wise? Riding hands. Still have an unstoppable stack. the UI hadn't done this, so I can't tell who has and hasn't taken their turn. That's cool. Big damage. Yeah, I think this is the Dance Macabre Ghoul's fault, because I don't have control over them. Of course, there's no angle. Are you just gonna stay back there? Okay. Fix it.
Eager for battle. Objective noted.
Guess the refugees didn't pop all the traps. Cool. Gonna get real annoying, isn't it? The dice rolls. Yeah. I want to go back to skeletons.
Don't know how to swim.
I don't think I need bone spike gloves on this run, so we don't have to worry about Strangler Loop. But I don't want to bring my summons through there, because... yeah. Try a solo run? I should. Excellent idea.
The penitent looks at you silently. There is the slightest...
I don't think I need free action in this room. Another run where I forgot to pick up Ring of Twilight. Classic. Gotta stop doing that. Yeah, I'll go in with Universal Res on this. Hey Leia, how you doing? Yeah, perception here matters. Kind of. Well, gonna have to go the annoying way. Means I don't even have to do this fight now, actually.
Curious.
Rolled a 2, yeah. No, I don't want to do it. You know who I do want to fight? My dumbass neighbor who doesn't know how to use a fucking leaf blower, and it takes him 5 goddamn hours to do, like, a fucking pubic hair's worth of lawn. Not gonna break in? I am. Into H2, not your neighbors. I am.
A ritual so lurid, even a geich might be impressed.
First strat did not pan out. I'm disappointed. What were you trying to do, Trade? I'm just remembering I haven't spoken to, Arian or Thrumbo yet. So I'll come back before I do anything. Using Connor to get the Morning Frost piece. Oh. What part of it went wrong? Was it the range, or...? On the one in the Myconid colony. Thorn Whip can be used to move the corpse out of the area where you hit the exploration XP trigger, but you need distance spell Thorn Whip to do it comfortably. You can do it without distance spell to hit only one of them in the process. And Trade's looking for alternatives. Surely I don't fail perception on this, too. Yeah, just roll good.
Without delay.
Hello.
You are. Tell me, what brings one of such power into the presence of mystic carrion?
Yeah, give me these. I don't care about his other stuff right now.
You possess some aptitude in that regard? Is that so? No customer of mine. If that is the sum, unless of course you are looking for a... Return Thrumbo's body to me, and I will see that you are suitable. Then 3 other...
Okay. Use hostile counter reanimate the body, use minor illusion to lure it.
Whatever since I left.
Yeah, that's what trade was doing. Range was the issue.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins to feed my son? Sick and likely to die. Please, sir. Oh, please.
Vile beasts.
Yeah. Chain lightning from Marco can still be twin spelled, unlike regular chain lightning. It's funny. What's the final goal exactly? Get the Morning Frost piece without hitting either the Exploration XP spots. There's 2 in that room
Victory awaits.
with different hitboxes. Like one of them you can get by you know where the acorn truffles are? If you go up to the farthest one, like the one that's closest to the piece, you can hit the trigger from outside the room. I know of 1, it's 2.
I will ascend.
There's only 1? Nope, it's 2. There's one that's wider and then one that's like smaller and then farther back. That's why if you go in there at level 10, it's 520.
Eager for battle.
So that's 2 spots that are 260.
Wretched creatures. I've never seen or smelled such a thing.
Leave me be. This is my spot. Go on, miss. You don't have to help him. He ran to help. Since Talus died, I've been watching Carrion. I'm not stupid. I don't...
Why though there are 2 location next to your rewards there, I always wondered. Seems weird. I don't really know myself.
Just so. My energy wanes.
Any specific restrictions class itemized might try to tackle with these puzzles? As class agnostic as possible, I think is the idea, say, because we're trying to see if we can route it into, like, runs as a whole, XP routing-wise. It's already completely solved for sorcerers, because level 2 sorcerer, you just pick up Distant Spell, and you use the Thorn Whip from Sorrow. And you can just do it. You could also do it as Gale Origin, by knocking out or killing Tara for the telekinesis amulet early, and then using that. But other than those things, I don't think we have any class, like, I don't think we have any tech. Mage Hand, Hill Giant, Shove. Mage Hand will trigger the exploration spot. It's a summon under your control. Needs to be done without you or anything you have control over going into the room. Yeah.
A zombie hiding a jar granting immortality. A life's listen. Death's whispers. This jar's been touched by necromancy magic.
Mage Hand is a narc. It's so heavy right now. Suppose I should actually use Blood of Lathander rather than Spear of Evening. But I like the advantage in saving throws. That's why I'm using it right now. I don't need Ballast Armor at present. There's no spot for Roaring Thunder Arrow. A Roaring Thunder does not move corpses. It moves objects. And it'll move people if they fail a saving throw. But it does not move corpses. You can't move yourself, and you can't move corpses. Four Elements Monk Water Whip maybe can do it, but like, that's very limited range, so I feel like that would run into that problem.
Unseen. A simple task.
And with Void Bulb then? Yeah, Void Bulbs also do not move corpses. You can move yourself with Void Bulbs though. There's a difference there. Not relevant to what we're talking about, just applicable knowledge. Nothing wrong with those. I'm gonna do something stupid. I don't want to destroy Carrion Stars in a fun and creative way. So I'm gonna be stupid. We do have Helldusk on. Good, good.
You came back.
Build those. Refresh the aid from these guys. Refresh my armor as I get this. One of you gets Shield of Thralls. How am I doing on Indo spots? Not fantastic. Well enough, I suppose.
Whatever it's called, it's impressive. And it tastes great. And cousin says we will.
There's a chance this fucking kills me. Depending how the game decides to handle it. And I'm very curious. You probably go prone immediately. Oh, cool. His freedom of movement can't paralyze him. Or bore that. It's fine.
I am fury. I am death.
You here.
Time to strike.
You're out of demon spirit range. Should be fine though. Artistry War is fun here. Two, three, four, five, 7. Stuff the paralysis, nice. So I'm standing in the middle of a bunch of things that can explode and kill me. Mr. Carrion's jars and these ghouls. So I pop universal res. Cast your fire spell, man. Let's see, prioritize that. It's fine. Still fine. I wish I had some damage reduction. Demon Spirit certainly helping the ghouls here. Very rude of them. Probably should be wearing Helldusk armor here. Is gonna go down soon. If I was higher level cleric, I could also death ward them, but that would require 7 levels, so I wouldn't get undead thralls. I'm actually gonna BRB real quick. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. You're paralyzed. Any nice coatings I can apply here? Yeah, malice makes sense. Grace. Alright, I took a very solid chunk there. It's funny.
I am fury. I am death.
The other day I talked about summons not joining in the monk attack the Emperor. Thought it'd be smart looted my summon, single skeleton triggered the cutscene, party's way back, had to rush to help. Ugh. Yeah. Patch 7 made that encounter just awkward. Patch 6, I think. No, their positioning absolutely changed in patch 7. In terms of where the trigger for the fight is. They might have also changed something about it in patch 6, but patch 7 absolutely changed where you are placed when the fight starts. And how wide the trigger for that is. Okay, we finally lost one of the ghouls. Their death explosion does not benefit from undead thralls. Good to know. Better for the day when the monk's key resonation actually works. I want to say it used to, but I don't know when it broke. There's really not that many of you left in this fight, huh?
Indolence breeds madness.
Hey, Mila. That's for some unique instance of it that's bugged. Not sure why it wouldn't work otherwise. A lot of NPCs have, like, versions of abilities that are not the exact ones that players have access to, but they're meant to function in the same way. And it seems like their particular version of key resonation just doesn't work.
Objective noted. Open up.
Okay, why did I do this fight? I'm not at all sure.
Into the shadows. You serve a purpose. Undetected.
I don't know why you're surprised.
Time to strike.
Doesn't make a whole lot of sense considering you were looking for me. But sure.
Victory awaits. I'm fury.
I did
am
lose one
death.
goal. I was like, I'm missing something here. But for one person to see about 10, you'd also be surprised. I know I would. Fair point. Cannot argue with that. Hey, Narclos, guess whose birthday it is today? Manfred's. As in Manfred my ghoul. Alright. Lightning resistance. Close enough to mine of a skeleton. Happy birthday, Narclos. Manfred, Womanfred, and Beefred. Yes. And Fred has sadly passed. It was my skeleton's birthday today as well. Happy birthday to your skeleton.
I am fury. I am death.
Hey, Sora, thank you for gifting this up to Narclos. Very kind.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
You know, I'll stick with this loadout. I can't really bring my undead. this fight. I realize Lae'zel got the Draconic Sorcerer scales in her portrait too. It's an actual picture of what your character looks like. So it'll copy the clothes, facial features, any mods you have. I guess we go Reviving Hands here.
More than prepared.
Awaken, little one.
Into the shadows.
Flower and bloom as I know you.
Saved. Arian, buddy, you good? Interesting development. Okay, bye, Carrion, I guess.
Undetected.
Not at all how I thought that would go, but darkness is funny.
Into the shadows. Quickly then.
Okay. Fight.
You did it. Yes. I think I'll pick up where Carrion left off. A city like this needs a medium.
Exactly enough money to buy that blade scroll. Cool.
Let's have a look.
There's a lever here. Probably use that to get in. Now we have Staff of Cherished Necromancy. Very thematic. When we mark out poison, give me a ray of sickness. That's a necromancy spell. But, meh. Let's go DJ Gauntlets. And do Cryptlord's Ring now. Need to get new summons going.
Have you seen the size of Anthony's candle?
An entire edition dedicated to one lord and his metal toys. Gortash has got to be paying them out sync fees.
Sick and likely to die. Oh, please.
I know what to do.
Arrest the smell.
Steel Watcher. You don't have the pocket money for that.
assaulting
No, I
someone.
wasn't.
You're headed for the cells.
Stop it, don't be ridiculous. Your alchemist fire smoke powder bomb. Land on top of it safely.
believe you.
Incredible.
Can you spare a few coins to feed my son? He's sick and likely to die. Please, sir. Oh, please.
Okay. Get some of my corpses together. Birthday crits and go kill things quicker. Working on that.
We must speak.
Aaron had TikTok and have a bunch of those vids. Yeah. Yeah, it would.
And now it will serve you well. I wish you.
Thinking. I'd like to learn Circle of Death. Means I need to sell stuff to Dareth. Veil of the Morning gives a use of turn undead. I guess this is another way to do the Wormway trial. Like, how useful is Veil of the Morning against Cazador? Not very. Because there's ways to cover saving throws and attack rolls while having better armor class and having damage reduction. Armor of the Sporekeeper, maybe. Foot of the Weave is also a maybe. This... that as well. I don't think Dareth actually has any money right now, come to think of it. We'll find out though. I'm trying to mentally justify Armor of Agility to myself more, and I just can't, unless you are full committing to armor class. Which I'm not doing. Oh, that can stay for a little bit. Luminous Gloves, not the worst option for House of Grief. Did I get Coruscation Ring? I think I completely skipped that room. Or maybe that chest is in here somewhere. Plate Armor plus 2 is an option, actually. I think I'd sooner use Reaper's Embrace. Yeah, maybe Coruscation Ring's in here, actually. Let's get my talkie-talkie gear on. Basically setting up to get a new set of summons. I should long rest for this. Yeah, maybe we will long rest. I haven't gotten the statue commissioned yet though, so I gotta do that before I long rest.
Anyway, take your pick.
She has some money, but not enough. We can buy some stuff. Definitely need more healing potions. Grab these. I've sold a lot of stuff to Dareth on this run. Well, I'm kind of surprised she doesn't really have much money right now. Weird. I guess I sell more to Blurg now. Does Blurg have money? I guess we'll find that out too. Yeah, I guess we'll be finding that out too. Need to hit that 5,000 gold threshold. Looting Jaheira's house also helps. Haven't been in the House of Grief yet. Suppose killing the clerics there is a good first step towards having money again.
Your tadpoles, naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
He's got another 3,000. Big pile of fleshed stone. Alright, I sold those to him. Trying to find more stuff to sell to Blurg. I'm eyeing the Helldusk armor. I don't wanna. Yeah, it doesn't increase my saving throws, so I'm not gonna. Hellfire Great Axe, I love it. I should probably sell it. I'm not going to. We can sell Moon Devotion Robe, because it's kind of the same tier of I may use this, but the difference is it's got a very high sale price, which is not necessarily true of a lot of comparable things in terms of value. I think we'll wear Cerebral Citadel for Orin. So, honestly, if I go Amulet of Greater Health, I don't really have to worry too much there. Flame Enameled Armor, I really like for plus to saving throws, plus to initiative. We're not going to sell that. Did I go into the Iron Hand hideout? I don't remember doing that. That might be a huge chunk of money I just neglected. Sell all this. I do still have that barrel full of intellect devour corpses. That's a weird sentence. So I can use that to get all of my undead going again.
Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage.
Way more than what
Plenty
it
to
has.
keep an inquiring mind busy.
I do want a Circle of Death to scribe. Yeah, I suppose I'll take the opportunity to stock up on some spells. Is Vampiric Touch upcastable? No idea. We'll find out. Yeah, Dark Vision Scrolls. Glyph for Lightning Bolt, why not? Okay, that solved that. With the Gust of Wind and Fire Shield. Learn Vampiric Touch and Cloud Kill. Circle of Death already. I've burned Artistry of War for this rest. Outkill's Conjuration, gotcha. Summon Diva, Conjure Elemental. I don't think I'm gonna bother with Conjure Minor Elemental. Unprep Dark Vision and use Scrolls. It'll get expensive to cover the summons, but it'll be fine. Okay, this is upcastable. But like 6th level Vampiric Touch, 72 on a crit, if I max roll. Meh. Yeah, that sucks. Meanwhile, Inflict Wounds. Keep Thunderwave prepped. Artistry of War. Hey Woodsy. Hey Spice Undead. I think at those moments after watching or reading something, get in a certain kind of mood for a specific type of game. None of the games you know would quite scratch that particular itch.
Given the chance, I'd make a fine prince.
Not really. I guess I can kind of get what you're talking about, though. Today at work, so lurk. I appreciate the lurk. Watching a bunch of The Expanse, like Starfield would be the closest in aesthetics, not much else. Mass Effect is kind of the vibe of an epic story with cast of characters, won't fit the particular vibe, etc. You ever play The Outer Worlds, by any chance?
Quickly then.
Patch 7, unstacking my shit for no reason. Love to see it. Alright, I still need to give a copy a bunch of money for Versa Rain Cloak and eventual access to an hour roll now.
I will be heard.
Dark brows are bespoke, stony and bony creations, or commission a statue in your likeness. It is our most. My I'll
Outer Worlds always mix it up, so that one's by Obsidian or the others. This is Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds, so I always forget which is which. Outer Worlds is the Obsidian game, yes. Obsidian Space RPG. So I think I long rest now. Imagine long resting in Act 3.
Raise your eyes. Look upon
The projection
Can you not?
immense psionic.
you are. You may yet have it. I have
Can they?
a final chance. I will.
Yeah, bye. Didn't I use these corpses? Why are they intact? That's weird. I don't like that, that's weird.
As you approach Minthara, you feel her
Minty
breath
romance.
reaching out to yours, tentative and curious. Then it retreats, soft as a whisper.
Sorry.
I just noticed Lazel's
Old
chest is
habits.
clipping through the clothing. Has it always been doing that? Or is it just certain animations?
A feeling. When we first met, before Moonrise, I intruded on your
muscle
thoughts
minty
without
mod is-
hesitation and took what I needed from your memories.
It's top notch.
I would not do that again, unless I had reason to think you were hiding something from me. And I do not. I did not think we would ever share anything more than an uneasy alliance, born of our mutual enmity for the Absolute. I was wrong. A deeper bond has grown between us. I trust you. But I would like to touch your thoughts again, now that my mind is my own. May I?
Why that sudden interest?
Curiosity. Until my time in the cult of the Absolute, I had spent little time on the surface, except to raid and pillage. I did not expect to find any outside
Suppose I should
the
update the build
Underdark
command with the
who
feed.
saw the world as I do, and wanted from the world what I want. I did not expect You.
If you can touch wherever you want. You're rather special yourself.
I have been told that I am special since my mother first held me in her arms. The burden of expectation.
She has
Before
the
absolute,
gifted kid problem too.
I lived a life
relate
of
to that.
certainties. I knew that I was destined
Different
for
problem.
greatness because
Hers
I was
is
born
privilege.
to
It's
it.
different, but
I also knew that my inherited privilege came with a cost. That the bonds of fellowship and family could be broken
Allergies.
by envy and ambition. I could not enjoy the taste of food for fear of poisoning, and I could not enjoy the company of lovers and friends because I feared they hid knives behind their smiles. In spite of the danger,
see,
I was
thank you.
happy. I knew myself, and I understood the world around me. Now, nothing is certain. Without Lolth, without the Absolute, without my home, I do not know myself. But you do, I think. Show me myself through your eyes. Let me see what I am to you.
She joins her thoughts with yours, and you are as one.
So I'm just realizing that I got
share
approval
in
with
her
her
strength
for
of
encouraging
mind
her to
and
use the
fortitude of
astral
will.
tadpole, but it never actually happened because she
Also the
wasn't in my
doubts
party.
that eat at her
She'll
conviction.
probably just suddenly
Those
just like
doubts
reach for the
cluster
space
in
gummy
swarms,
if I ever put her in
and
my
the
party.
thickest is around her sense of self. She pushes past, revealing the image of her you hold in your mind. What does she see? The cold shell of Minthara's mind melts away, and you are drawn into the heart of her. Warm, passionate, and dangerous.
I have never lacked confidence, but this conflict seems so much bigger than the two of us. It frightens me. I do not know if we will survive it, but whatever life remains to us, I would gladly spend it fighting at your side and lying with you at night.
A good life.
Her mind touches yours, feather light and hesitant. A stark contrast to the confidence with which
Dara
her
needed to
thoughts
come with me, and her
intruded on
arm just
Liz in the
extends
past.
20 feet into the camp chest to yoink the forbidden Haribo.
No orders, no
The
gods.
forbidden Haribo. I love that.
belong only to you.
I think we're gonna do a partial rest right after this too.
How did you?
After I revive
Your
well.
company is
As
I
your
don't want
eye.
to dreamless sleep. I don't want Astarion to get attacked, which may happen. But we'll see. Alright, that's sweet stone features. Let me put on semi-appropriate gear. In case that Astarion thing happens. You chill, Will? Yeah, I think I could have revived him a long time ago. Petting Scratch kinda made everything fine. Solve the puzzle? Ooh, tell me more. I think the Astral Tadpole even tastes like. I feel like it's spearmint. Is that weird? Glut Mimic? Glut Mimic. Okay. Yeah. That would do it. 12 meters whip. Yeah, that would do it. Just gotta be very careful with Mimic hitbox size. I don't want to hit the trigger even while you're like at the edge, but yeah, no, that's it. That's a good solution. It worked? Cool. Love to hear that. Well done, Say. Still all bruised up. Duergar's mad at me for attacking something, but testes. I can basically see Will's right now.
Come, sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in Beator.
Holy hells.
Your contract will choose.
Yeah, save your father, Will.
He's not.
Because I want Mizora to help with the Iron Throw.
But my father will live. We should hurry to this mission. This prison's in the lower city. Let's move.
Found and taken.
Okay, cool.
This city has one too many self-righteous raven guards. I would have preferred Will cut his family ties.
Yeah, and he just has no dialogue. Partial rest. Lord's Ring. Is this where I use Ethel's Charm? Oh wait. Oh wait. I want to go back to Skelly's. Yeah, I can just reuse these corpses. Weird. Start put those away. Where's my barrel of corpses? Excellent. Think I danced macabre yet? Okay, stomach, calm down. Get us. Shovel. Let's get a air myrmidon. Get a diva. I could do methods too, but meh. I have a Contra Minor Elemental Scroll. I really want to keep it prepared. I was considering summoning an Azer, but bother. Vision. You have dark vision? Don't. You? Nope. You. Yeah, Revan. It's current events shouldn't be surprising based on a history of things like that. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. Hey Jaybridge, how are you? So many summons? Yeah, I could have more. But it starts to get tedious. Sad that I'm learning Google Sheets just to make build templates. Not sad at all. At least in my opinion. I'm doing something stupid because it's visually satisfying. I want to have 4 of each spell slot, just because it looks nice. I can't do it with 6th level, but I can do it with the others. See, doesn't that look nice?
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Space Steva AC 17. Yeah, you don't need mage armor. Mage armor doesn't help you either. Level 8. Everyone who needs mage armor has it. Everyone who needs dark vision has it. Hey, So Black. How's your own going? Any underwear perform this Mr. Defying feat of infinite spell points specific pair. Some would have you believe it's just Shadow Hearts, but it's any underwear. PC's broken, going through withdrawal. Aw, I'm sorry, Jaybridge. Things do I have to do to make... Things do I have to make sure I've done in Act 1 before going to Act 2. Last light early. Which entrance should I take in Act 2 to avoid Karnas? You can use either entrance to avoid Karnas. It's easier to use the Grimforge one. I tend to prefer the Grimforge entrance lately. On the wiki, there's a page of timed events, but the notable ones are don't go to Grimforge without saving Barkus, don't leave Act 1 without saving Cleric, or resolving the Defeat the Goblin Leaders storyline. don't start the free True Soul Near quest until you're ready to finish it within 1 day and then 1 long rest afterwards. On the way to Act 2, just picked up level 7. Let's go. Dragon Age Veilguard's starting to get meaty too. I'm a solid chunk into my second playthrough, Jaybridge. I really enjoy the gameplay. I think people are trying really hard to hate that game and denying themselves some fun stuff. Killed Nadara by mistake though, only blip. Sometimes it happens. Like I've done that recently too. It's just, what can you do? First things keep happening. Oh no. I don't know why this build concept is so cursed. And just weird shit keeps happening in your game. The 20 temp HP from the Codex right now. I'd rather have a 6th level Agathis. So 6th level armor of Agathis is just insane to me. Like the fact that you make a target wet, 60 damage when they hit you. 60. Like, no dice rolls, just 60. Wet or chilled, rather. I should get Cold Snap. Now I'm doing Marco Staff of Cherished Necromancy. Can't fit Cold Snap in right now. Welcome from Blur to Dareth, didn't act with anything. Old Mike did Colony Aggros for no reason. Did you have Spore Servant Priestess Gut? That is the reason why I dismiss Gut outside of the Myconid colony, because that's happened to me twice as well. It's happened to Trade 2 or 3 times, and it seems to be just the colony just turns on Gut, and if you're in the area, they consider you allied to her, so they turn on you too, and we don't know why it happens, so I just dismiss Gut outside of the colony, so she's never in there. If Gut was in combat against me, then dunno. New sauce just dropped. I don't think I have the Vigilance Elixirs to cover this. I don't think I have any.
Action, not
So I need no, Shard, I don't need your lumps. I need Sir Fuzzle Lump. Minty, I don't need yours either. Oh, nice.
repositioning. Let us have words.
God, poor Raymond.
Can't give up now. Still alive, so that's progress.
So I hate using a potion crafter, but I just also hate the RNG associated with consumables. And the hatred of having to sit in front of a vendor to get specific consumables I want for specific strats. That hate won out. So, here we are.
think its will be done.
Need to check Style and Horst or mats for Vigilance Elixirs. Time for different camp supplies, or not camp supplies, camp clothes fit. I think it might be actually. Let's detour for that. We could wear Karlak clothes. Yeah, let's do that. Nothing extravagant, but a change of face. Do 4E monks skills scale with combined level, just monk levels? Just monk levels. And that's kind of another thanks to the Fire Snake W, because it doesn't scale, because it doesn't need to.
Hello again, sir.
Same with ice cubes, I guess. I don't think water whip scales up either. The hold person equivalent actually didn't scale up at all until patch 7 fixed that. So that's nice. Yeah, patch 7 actually fixed something. I'm not wearing my vendor gear, am I? I'm also encumbered. How am I cucumbered? I guess the DJ half plate. Much I want to do ballast armor to buff skeletons. It does leave me a little exposed. I gotta remember to do this. A little. Alright, we'll sign a puzzle up level. Today I learned that in Vatican City 2 copies of BG3 have been sold. Yeah. People have brought that up a couple times recently. I think it's funny. Bangs is good, doesn't really synergize doing cold stuff. That's fair. Yeah, you'd have to go like Elemental Adept. Or actually use Arsonist Oil. Do those things together. And that's awkward.
Just do make sure you read the label before quaffing. Hmm?
Why is the fig leaf appearing even though Decay'zel has pants on? Was it? I wasn't paying attention. Dungeon Delver for Sir Fuzzlem. It is. Why is it? I kind of love it. That's great.
Hello
I wasn't staring Lae'zel directly in the crotch, so I didn't notice.
From potions to poisons. Just do make sure you read the label before quaffing.
I want 4E Monk to have actual cantrips, so does the Weave God's bloodline remain unexhausted by cantrips, but key has to be exchanged. Ooh. The way I see it, the 4E Monk cantrip is throwing a dagger. That is pretty damn effective. Like, why are my necrotic resist elixirs unstacked? What? How did they break that in the patch? I don't understand. My shit unstacking for no reason. BG3 players in the Vatican exclusively play cleric. I'm sure some of them play paladin. And some of them are necromancers. You know, invasive shit involving other people's bodies. How you doing, Luke Facebook?
One true way.
After Sander made cleric work for me, did you try reading the class features? Just like pull up the wiki page and look at what cleric gets at each level. Look at what cleric specific spells you get at each level that are not available in other kits. Look at the gear proficiencies. Just like read the kit.
Anyway, take your pick.
Maybe I should deal with Ethel. I stand to make a little bit of money that way. Don't make cleric that. Oh, I know I can give it low end and firebolt as cantrip. Raise. Funny thing is you can still play around a low accuracy firebolt and make it useful.
Penitent looks at you silently.
There's still a very valid argument that a badly scaling firebolt is more useful than produce flame in offensive situations. Let's try and make cleric into a healer. Just can't. Hate it. Yes, that'd be a good start. Like, so yeah, maybe don't do that. That's not cleric not working for you. That is you choosing to force your character into a role that you know isn't useful. So like, stop doing that. make a big difference. So I still need Drake Throat on... Minus the effects, Flurry seems like it'd always be better click than Water Whip or Fist of Unbroken Air. 1 key point more damage. Yeah, I use Water Whip specifically if I'm trying to perma-prone someone. Because it's one of those prone effects that doesn't have a duration. So if you can reduce their movement down to the point where they don't have enough to expend to get up, you could use Frighten, you could use Difficult Terrain, you could use Ray of Frost, Black Hole, similar things. You can pair that with Water Whip and then perma-prone them. So that's the use of that. But then with Fist of Unbroken Air, I only specifically use that if I'm trying to... Yeah, plant growth. I only specifically use that if I'm trying to break through something with medium toughness, or if I'm trying to push someone off a cliff from range. Because Fist can go up to 40 damage, even without hitting the level 9 upgrade, if I'm remembering correctly. So, like, you can break Nier out with Fist of Unbroken Air if you wanted to, without having to expend bombs or anything. Among other uses. Pretty nice. Still drop a bomb nearby to get the gnomes to clear out. Why would you? You don't have to. Elf cantrips being governed by int makes me violent. Why limit things like that? Just make it scale off most recent spellcasting, not like other things. That would be better. Yeah, like, cleric is... The only reason people even associate cleric with being a support role is because they don't look at the kit and they're like, oh, it must be a healer. Like, seriously, simply reading through the kit, it's a better damage-dealing spellcaster in terms of efficiency than many of the others. Fisting a hole could always cause a violent explosion. Cost to doing business. Gotta be prepared for the consequences, I suppose. Shovel. Us, it's me. Don't I already have Drake Throat on all the skellies? Did I really get them all? 1, 2, 3. This one I didn't. This one vigilance so I can set it apart. Like that David to smite me? Based. Paladin, what are you? Cleric, I'm what people think you are, but better. Yeah, Warpaint. Lose gain points from Mirror of Loss after a respec? No. It's a permanent buff.
Repositioning.
What is that gonna do us? How are we gonna support ourselves, huh?
My thoughts exactly. You're sentencing us all to a slow death.
Please, sir. We have children. We need to be able to provide.
Eager for battle.
Not my concern. Not my
And now I can switch to this.
Admitted to the city must be surrendered. All livestock is now property.
Also do make sense. I should get boudoir access soon.
No one's stopped me yet.
Indolence breeds madness. Alas, time for chatter.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou wilt.
These sorcerer spellcasters should scale off their highest stacks, their whole deal is their body was making magic happen. Would that create an argument for constitution? Like, charisma is generally interpreted as force of will or sense of self. And constitution is explicitly your body. And since with sorcerers, your magic is like a part of you physically, I think if they were anything other than charisma, constitution would make the most sense. It's like, I would say it's explicitly not intelligence because of their intended contrast with wizards. And wisdom, I don't really see the connection, though I don't see an anti-synergy like I do with intelligence. There, so how are you?
Proceeding. Within reach.
The lower your constitution stat, the more powerful you are. That seems like a shitpost. You're gonna have to explain that one. Honestly, D&D, AD&D is the worst RPG system ever made. For what reason?
What are you having?
The more fucked up your body is, the more magic you leak out, but it's not leaking magic. It's magic is physically part of you, and you gain greater mastery over your body the same way a fighter does with their strength, or a rogue does with their dexterity, etc.
Anyway, take your pick.
I think it's completely illogical that your main stat being bad would make your class better. No thank you. The way your organs handle that well, it's magic. It's magic. Literally, it's magic. I don't think we need to explain how organs handle magic. Because it's magic. Gonna destroy your lungs? Why? It's magic. Why does it have to destroy your lungs? Really wish I had more vigilance elixirs. Don't always get what you want, though. I throwing a fireball in there. You're not doing that, though. It's not even where it comes out. Like, this has to be a shitpost, right? Come on. Definitely shitposting here? Okay. My defense does justify why every stereotypical wizard is frail as hell. But we're not talking about wizards, we're talking about sorcerers. Which are very different things. Also frail as hell? They're not, though. That's what's funny. Draconic Bloodline Sorcerers literally have bonus HP per level. They have built-in mage armor, you know, as in, because their skin is like dragon hide, so they're tankier. They have Constitution save proficiency. They are not frail. I feel like all class discourse would be better if people just, like, read class features. Ever, really. My will died at the gate save ready. Let's go. I want House of Hope access now. What a misty stuff. Why was I even getting all this stuff together for? Oh yeah, I wanna do the Shadowheart stuff. Do a crash course for us newbies. But like, I'm happy to make informative content and go over the pros and cons of things. But also, you can read. Posted some stuff about legendary resistance yesterday in one of the sorcerer shing fireballs discussion. Yeah, I read through that, Rock, so that's interesting stuff. I think the conclusion that bosses will just not use legendary resistance if they roll a 20, I think that's plausible. It would match some things I've seen in the past. Unscientifically, I'd have to, you know, look at it under a microscope, but it seems right. Are we talking cyberpunk romances? I think I missed it. Your relationship with Carrie, brother, why? Because horny. Better reverse constitution. Do you think it'd be interesting to have the wild magic subclass or sorcerer and barbarian? If any higher chance for a surge, lower your HP gets, like, body's going to some kind of panic mode to protect you. That'd be a cool class feature. Wish there was a correct option for me. Like,
Will's father won't be around forever, but the
a
pact,
correct option
that's a different matter.
about what?
I
Reading?
hope he won't live to regret being sentimental. The city
No,
is
for
close.
Cyberpunk? Oh, yeah. It can feel weird in RPGs when, like, RPGs are dating sims with combat systems and inventory management, right? I kind of had that problem with Dragon Age Inquisition, where I didn't really care about any of the romances, like, except for Dorian. I thought Dorian's was good. But also, Dorian just works as a friend character. We gotta phase out that abbreviation for Cyberpunk, J-Bridge. We gotta. It's unfortunate, but...
Here rests Alistair Manley, taken too soon.
Personally think the racial modifiers should add a little more than flavor in the game, otherwise turning the player into a eugenicist. I mean, that's kind of a direction that BG3 went in over tabletop, because instead of having fixed bonuses to certain stats, the way it is in tabletop, you can assign where your +2 and your +1 go in this game. I think that was a nice touch.
Shah's blessings upon you.
You're not close enough.
Here rests Alistair Manley, taken too soon.
Not into the guys, Panem's boring, feel like I'm being misogynist in some way, turn myself into a character who loves me just for a cool character. Totally valid. I understand those takes, Greybone. Like, I think it's... I think out of the romances, like, Judy's is the only one that, like, makes sense. And Ems feels, weirdly fan-servicey. And then Carrie doesn't need a partner, he needs therapy. And River doesn't have a personality. So, like, what does that leave?
Before, it meant no. He'd surely not have been buried here if he was exposed.
The elf cantrip's only useless if you choose a useless one for your build. Yes. And I'd like to go back to something I was mentioning earlier about how even the intelligence scaling Firebolt isn't actually bad, even on a non-intelligence based character. Because you know what you can do with a Firebolt that you don't need to ensure a hit on? You can ignite things. That's still incredibly useful. You can ignite barrels, surfaces, torches.
That graffiti from before. I never thought I'd see it again.
Role-playing lesbian does not make you a misogynist. You want reassurance for that? I think we are all on the same page on that, at least a little bit. I do want to point out there's some weird people on the internet who will sort of... Like, there's modders who do some sort of interesting things to characters that don't respect those characters' established identities and preferences and such. Like, for example, there's people who have made Cyberpunk mods that make Judy romance male characters, and it's like, well, that's not what she's about. That feels a little weird. And then there's people changing of Karlach's romance scene in Act 3 in this game, swapping the animations, and it's like, okay, bro, come on, you're a little small-minded here.
All the time I spent training, hidden away from the world. Baldur's Gate.
Very people
Just
can be so
wandering the
fragile
streets is
sometimes.
causing
Yeah.
little things to come back to me. It doesn't dredge up any specifics.
Equipping Ballast Armor is certainly a choice that I'm making right now. I really want more Vigilance Elixirs before I do that. Though with Reviving Hands, I'm still reasonably safe. I do kind of wish I'd made the Adamantine Shield over the Scimitar, because I totally would have used it so I could still have Circle of Bones and Ballast Armor at the same time. But that's okay. Necromancy is a straight out valid if you're playing the game ignoring character motivation, etc. I can't do it. Well, how do we put this delicately? So, like, role-playing a character that does not align with your identity in real life is kind of the point of role-playing games for most people. So it's not like if you are not... If you are someone whose...
Anyway.
identity and orientation are not compatible with Judy in real life, that doesn't mean you can't play a character that does fit those parameters. I just think the weird thing is people who are trying to change the character to match their real life preferences feels kind of weird and invasive and controlling to me. Probably not a super popular take. Check the other vendor before I probably start assigning companion levels, because I do want Elixirs of Vigilance on all of my summons. And shard the Silver Sword for a bit. I don't think we need to judge what people are doing with video game characters' privacy in your own home. That's true. It's far from anything that matters.
What are you after, friend? Got grub, potions, a few nice vintages? Best stock up now before someone clears me out to fill their larder.
Vendors are not cooperating today. Any other instance where you can pick scaling for any attacks outside of class? Ability seems hard to explain in the D&D world, just have them scale with one stat. Like, so in the context of BG3, any gear that does a thing, like if you equip Morning Frost and it gives you that Ray of Frost, it will use your casting stat, your generic one. So the most recent caster class that you took one level in. So I'm interpreting this conversation as being applied that logic to like the predetermined race features that go off of one. Am I correct on that? Player sexual NPCs are a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it's giving more choice to the player, and therefore arguably making it a richer experience. On the other hand, can sometimes block out of an identity use explorations we get with characters like Dorian and Zevran. The storytelling feels a little less personal if they're just, you know, the same interactions regardless of player identity. But there are, particularly in recent Dragon Age game. There's explicit examples. There are characters that are, you know, all the romances are player sexual, but their dialogue does change in some cases. Like, I can think of one of the characters who does not often go for men. And I think that's a cool inclusion, because with lots of people in real life, they will have preferences that are not hard lines. So I think you can still do both. That's not who I picked on my first run, Narclos. I thought about it. I didn't. Usually play with female characters that look better than male models. Yeah, that's a common stance. I think people scream censorship when the game makers make cosmetic changes of their own accord, not too concerned about judging. You know where I stand on that, Jaybridge. Enter comes your race and not your class. Yeah, I think that gameplay-wise, it would be better from a video game stance for it to be adaptable, but I think in terms of storytelling, it just kind of... it doesn't matter. I don't know, I just don't read that much into it. Is that dumb elves are inherently worse than smart ones? Only if you pick a certain cantrip that cares about that, and if you use it in a way that matters. Like, if you pick Firebolt, and you are using it for attacking things rather than environmental stuff, sure. But you don't have to do that. And your performance with Minor Illusion doesn't get affected at all. Mizora, what are you doing? Oh, okay. What was I doing?
Let's talk. That played at the ready.
I want to check my approval with Will. Okay, yeah, it is all the way at the bottom, because when I raided the grave, the grove, I turned it into a grave, it doesn't automatically make Will leave as much as it automatically bottoms out his approval. But he was dead at the time, so I pet Scratch for the first time near Will while he was dead, got the approval. That's how I still have him. Minor Illusion, best cantrip in the game. I mean, honestly, it's between Minor Illusion and Blade Ward. I think that's fair to say. This technique would also work with Karlach. Should.
One move ahead.
Should.
Waiting. I crave blood.
Oda's discovered a new Blade Ward trick. Don't remember if I shared. I don't think so. Tell me more. If it's Blade Warding and ending your turn before the animation finishes, I already do that. But if it's something else, tell me more. Yeah, I called it. Yeah, I already do that. I often do that to cover lethargic turns, say.
Anyway, we can take your pick.
I miss when summons could use the noble stalk. The mushroom. that's what you asked. I was just saying that I often use it to cover lethargic turns. Like, if I know I'm not going to get a turn the following turn, I will do the Blade Ward trick with my action.
Anyway,
because it's a
take your
pretty
pick.
safe course. I have enough vigilance to cover the rest of my skeletons. Let's do that. Okay. Diva already has good initiative, so instead he's gonna get a Cloud Giant to improve his accuracy. Myrmidon, I think you do need vigilance. Also make wizards with 10 int that bang, so there's that too. Yeah, like, you don't necessarily need high int to succeed as a wizard in the context of this game. I'll be right back. Back. I was swapping my laundry. Also, I like that we're having good discussions. Just remember, it's civil discussion. Nobody's heated on any side of any of these conversations, and I think that's great. attitude towards casting stats is that flavor is free. If you want, you can just decide your high elf and sorcerer's firebolt comes from their class and not the race. Stats the only actual mechanical change. If this was like tabletop, then yeah, I think that would be a valid house rule. If you don't know Lacrissa Path... Oh, the Lacrissa area? Improvise weapon, revivify up the hill, attack, cut a bit for a jump, kill, revivify across that next gap, follow him. Interesting. Did you happen to make a clip? I have a pretty solid idea, but for posterity. Not recorded? That's okay. I'll try it. Why should I be limited in movement speed if I choose a short race? It's funny you mentioned that, because in the 2024 rules update, didn't they remove the movement penalty for short races? I'll try it. You don't have to, say. Quite alright. Or if I have time to level up.
Take your pick.
Did. Okay. What's the vigilance I need for Armaden? Mummy probably also needs vigilance. But considering necrotic immunity, physical resistance, this thing will be really good in the House of Grief. I think I'll give it a Cloud Giant so it can jump around better. Hey, creative dude, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
And the shovel can have a hill giant, mostly because I'm cheaping out and I don't want to
action,
a cloud giant. Us throw a necrotic resistance elixir at us. No, already resist necrotic. Cool. Yeah, us, you get nothing. Isn't that great?
An efficient path.
They'll tap Batman, give them enough setup time, they can win any fight. Pretty much. Love puzzle solving. Can't speak today.
Let's talk. Are you sure?
Alright, now we take all of these summons. I don't have Shield of Thralls on all the Skellies. But it's fine for now. I want to do the entry to the House of Grief, and then I want to go get House of Hope access. Take me forever to do all these combats. I don't think this run is going to be all bosses, specifically because it would just take so long. Like, the stuff I really want to do is House of Grief, House of Hope, Steel Watch Foundry, Iron Throne. That's kind of as far as my interest goes. Good Staff of Cherished Necromancy damage. I do need to secure spell kills, so I have Life Essence. I could kill those civilians, I guess. You seek help. No, I'm good. I got it. Get life essence from that? Did not. And this. Low. So, where's my life essence? Oh, hostile creature. That's what it is. Okay. I understand.
Proceeding.
This hostile creature? Yeah.
Curious.
It didn't always work that way. Staff of Sheriff Necromancy is one of those things that has received changes over time with patches. To the point where you used to be able to destroy objects for it. And I memory hold that they made it specifically hostile creatures.
The list of properties. Quite a slice of the upper city is now ours.
And stands ready to ease your troubles. Into the shadows.
So, send the Diva over here because this guy specifically had Radiant Retort removed from him, and I don't know why. I think they removed the game over from approaching the bridge. The Emperor just keeps teleporting it back. Yeah, I think they did that a while ago.
With every breath, a purpose.
Gold coins, most certainly.
Okay, there's life essence. Cool. Let's hit. Or a murder, buffing the skeleton damage. So I'm getting, with Aura of Murder, I'm getting 8 extra damage out of Necromancy School.
Victory awaits.
Pretty funny. Away from this fight? I can? What are you talking about? Irving House of Grusa Paladins can play the game. I really do want to mod House of Grief back to what it had difficulty. That would be nice. That would make me happy. What House of Grief used to be. So Shar's Darkness from the Sharns there used to last 10 turns. It now lasts 2. Radiant Retort used to be on this guy. It was removed. Radiant Retort used to be on several enemies in the room with Viconia. It is now only on Viconia. So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 Sharans in Act 3 that have Radiant Retort. Previously it was all of them. And again, Darkness is now 2 turns when it used to be 10. On top of that, Viconia's Divine Intervention no longer hurts any opposing Sharans, so this could be Shadowheart. This could be any allies that Shadowheart manages to get on her side. Yeah. I think there was another thing, but it's slipping in my mind right now. You mean the boss fight next? Why would I not be able to run away from that, Manfred? All that, like the fight was fairly tough back when I did previously. That's the thing about the House of Grief. It was never tough. It was a wake-up call to use strategies the game has tried to teach you the entire time. Like, if you're choosing not to manage initiative or AoE or use choke points or read abilities or, like, most of the difficulty is people just not understanding, hey, don't click the radiant damage. Maybe don't end your turn in darkness. Maybe be top of the turn order. Maybe AoE instead of having everyone single target down things. Like, it's read. We talked about the Emperor keeps teleporting you back. Talking about the bridge by the Baldur's Gate waypoint. Right over here. But also have a problem randomly starting fights in the middle of enemy crowd, dead last on initiative with 22 AC and no resistances. Yeah, like... Guys, frightened so the mummy can multi-attack. The combination of Diva plus Mummy is crazy, because the Diva can apply Frighten, and then the Mummy can multi-attack afterwards, and you just have really good damage coverage. Miss. Crit. That was a low roll crit.
Eager for battle.
Yeah, House of Grief was never hard. It's just as simple as, okay, you are dozens of hours into your playthrough. It's time to start reading enemy features and understanding basic combat mechanics the game's been trying to teach you since Will's intro cutscene.
Proceeding.
That is the value of high ground, the value of choke points, the value of getting a good turn order, value of AoE. When they buffed House of Grief for patch 4 or somewhere, there's an uproar on Games Reddit. Yeah, just stupid behavior. Was there a time when everything they did triggered the necrotic damage, including shoves and casting darkness? That was funny. That's not something I remember, because at the time, I was doing the fight consistently in a way where no one got a turn. Remember, this was back before Honor Mode as well, so you had an insane amount of actions, just going in with Haste, Bloodlust, you were a martial class, let's say you were a fighter with improved extra attack. You're just running around making 9 attacks before Decay'zel, before weaponization of bonus actions, before use of Mind Sanctuary to facilitate that bonus action abuse, because remember, it's not Honor Mode Mind Sanctuary. Like, it was never hard. If you're a BG3 summon, what do you think you'd be? I think I'd be Shovel. It'd be a closet.
Action, not reaction.
The video link? Ooh, nice. Always avoided Radiant in the dungeon. I think mostly just struggled not having too much to really counter the Darkest Gods, other than constant repositioning big AoEs. Challenge and enjoyable one. Kind of had to actually take a moment to think what each round was going to do. But, like, here's another thing. we did not know about Decay'zel in October 2023. Oh, I'm not saying we did. I'm saying that we had more than enough attacks to handle the encounter without ever being touched, without knowing about Decay'zel. Is the point I was making. Like, we know more than we did then, and the fight is also easier. Further proving the point that it never needed to be touched, people just needed to look at their screen when approaching it. And it should at least be hard for honor. It should be, but it isn't. Not sure why it's easier on honor, because they've nerfed it across all difficulties. But yeah, regarding the darkness clouds thing, Machete, why are you letting them cast darkness clouds? I'm sure you're not now, but like the thing is, if in an encounter enemies casting darkness clouds on you is a problem, why let them do it? See this long ass hallway? You could use this. You can just start the fight and then drag it out into this hallway. And you can take your turn, step back far enough that they can't do darkness on you again. You can beat them in the turn order and then kill them before they can cast darkness. You can overwrite darkness with other clouds. You can break their concentration with arcane interference arrows, with sleet storm. You can counterspell or psionic dominance their darkness casts. Like, why let it happen? Made extremely long staircase going upwards with a turn. Yeah, they did, and this is only one of the directions. Like, the room itself is massive. To the point where you can have one of the enemies dash and then shadow step, the max distance they can shadow step, and they cannot cover the room. 22 meters of running into 18 meters of shadow stepping, and they still can't cover the room. Remember back in Act 1, how there's like 6 different super impactful movement speed items? Almost like the game was telling you in the first hour, hey, moving is pretty good, huh?
An efficient path.
Movement does not deal damage. Bowel movements can. I'm sorry, bro. My diva just laughed at this guy's death. That was brutal. It's almost wood up with long stride and unarmored monk movement. Almost. Watch a solo honor run with only movement on YouTube is pretty funny. I hate that run. I like that that run exists, but I hate that run because it does the classic YouTuber thing of making everyone draw the wrong fucking conclusion. It's not movement that did that damage. It's the reverb boots triggering on literally anything. You can do that by playing an instrument. You can do that by doing dodge animations. Like, it's misrepresentative of what's actually happening. It's cool that people understand that you can weaponize a lot of things you wouldn't normally be able to, but like, it's grossly disingenuous.
Repositioning.
Stick every nook and cranny with their goddess.
Prepare, create water. Do I really want to go into this? Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll pop a universal rest. Right. I need to go get martial exertion gloves, can't forget that. Dex gloves give me 1 more AC because ballast armor is light armor. Do that. In a video of a pacifist run, they killed Merkel using Aelin on honor mode. I call bullshit. Oil combustion on you. Crawler mucus on you.
We shall be robed in black satin and embraced by Lady Shah beneath an extinguished sun.
5th level create water.
Burdens shall be lifted.
I don't want to get myself in this, because that's the problem.
Shall be free.
Free from light, free from pain, free from all burdens.
Lady Shah shall restore.
Looks like I'm getting myself anyway. Good cleanup. That's cat. Shocker! Raging Vortex action refresh. You can still cast that while silenced. Okay, we backlasher. You're stunned for 2 turns. Looking for the feature that says she can cast while silent. Fine. Missed level 6 create water. I was level 5. Bjorn into darkness. Bjorn to be the one. Oh, he died. So, that would have been problematic if these guys still had Radiant Retort, but, well. Skelly. You flying. Use an oil combustion. I want you invis.
Victory awaits.
Is combustion white.
Time to strike.
Here.
Fury. I am death. Time to strike.
Next Skelly. Same combo. Love how they had to give Diva a weapon with 48 extra radiant damage to make smites good. We're gonna get nasty with it and arsonist oil. Yeah, we're gonna use arse oil. Just the mummy. I'm gonna give light, invis, jump. Dreadful Glare is an action refresh. Today I learned. Useful. Nice crit us.
I will ascend.
That's everyone in the combat except for Shovel. Allison walked by. Might look insane in real time. Yeah, it would. Now that was everyone's first action. Got lots more. Like, I have life essence right now. So let me just do a Circle of Death. I've positioned this so it doesn't get my mummy. Perfect. No spell slot cost on that, thanks to life essence. Action on you. You here, I think. Nice crit. Self-sanctuary. For 2 turns. The oil combustion hit. Positioned you there. You get haste force. Finish you off, actually. Crits. Good to see it. So, like, action economy, go burr. Unfortunate miss, but not unexpected.
Victory awaits.
Do turn 2. Also want to do turn. Now I could Decay'zel to get even more attacks out of all of these. Not seeing it as particularly necessary right now. Bring the Diva over here. Belly Glimmer on you too.
I am fury. I am death.
Okay, fine there. Lyconia took damage from the Raging Vortex. Nobody frightened right now. Rot doing its work. Look how much damage the mummy does. That's just insane to me. It's so good. Just finish you. I can. Right. Oh, he's been swatted. Mop that one up. Massive overkill, but that's okay. Cool. That was round 1. Still got that one back there. Perfectly healthy. These 2 over there. Kind of want to lightning bolt them. Black hole there. Both still wet. Take lightning bolt. Gave me life essence. Fly up here. Going to twin spell. Life essence. Oh, wait, you can twin. Circle of Death, right? Okay. Twin spell, a 6th level blight. They have disadvantage thanks to Staff of Cherish Necromancy. Easy kills. Wizard bad, by the way. And also 2 levels of sorcerer is just absolutely broken in this game. I want Skelly to have advantage on this first shot, so I'm gonna have him drink an Invis pot. Still missed. I can feel the miss coming, but sometimes it still happens.
Victory awaits.
2 levels of sorcerer gives specifically access to meta magic, where I picked up twin spell and extended spell. Arsonist Oil doesn't even apply. They don't have the resistance. No.
I will ascend.
Now we drink this. Crit, oil of combustion. Oh, I kind of low rolled. It's okay. Put it over here. That'll certainly do it. Stunned for 2 turns.
Strike.
Do sorcerer levels, so you just convert spell slots to points where you need? Yeah. And even without doing any of the myriad ways to give yourself infinite spell slots in that way, even just having access to meta magic and then your natural spell slots and dumping all of them when doing something like Staff of Cherish Necromancy, which is giving me free necromancy casts that I can fuel by killing with scrolls and cantrips, it's still broken. Where the electrified water come from? I opened the fight with twinning Chain Lightning from Marco Heschker. After getting a surprise round with a 5th level upcast of Create Water. These 4, that one, and half of Viconia's HP all went from that Chain Lightning. Is it really just you back there?
Swift and lethal.
Okay. Mummy jump distance with Cloud Giant and Enhanced Leap is hilarious. 38 meters. Hit the crit. What's that? When Chain Lightning thought they patched that out. They did. But the chain lightning specifically from Marco Heschker, you can still twin it. Regular chain lightning can't. This one you can't. Imagine that thing flying at you from 38 meters away. I would die. Of fear and then of the damage.
My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp.
So none of the Sharans got to take a turn. This is why House of Grief is a meme. You can do this very easily with full party, but with solo, and this was also me holding back on action economy. I have Decay'zel. I used no Decay'zel. I forgot to put on an Elixir of Bloodlust before the fight, which would have given me an additional action on both of those rounds. I didn't have as many summons as I could have. Was that 2 rounds? Yes. It was the surprise round, and then the following round, but I was ahead of them in initiative, so they still didn't get to their turn. Power of initiative and action economy.
Quickly then.
12-second ambush, basically. Yep. They were dead before they knew what was happening. Circle of Death. That's nice. No, I'm encumbered. Fuck. Against my better judgment, I'll send away my DJ half-plate for now. This perception check doesn't matter, you can just fly over. Something oddly menacing about someone dual-wielding mage staffs. It looks so clunky that, like, that person has to know what they're doing, right? Like, you'd have to know what you're doing.
A mirror that steals memories. How very sharp. Found and taken.
So because I killed Decay'zel before Shadowheart killed Decay'zel, I'm a Dark Justiciar. I have advantage on the roll involved with the Mirror of Loss, and there's multiple sources of getting this information, but this hastily written note, written by a pre-Mindwipe Shadowheart, gives you the information about the functionality of the Mirror of Loss, meaning there's only one roll I have to do, rather than 2. I think I killed someone so hard they melted into the floor. Yeah. That's funny. For some reason, patch 7 just kind of removed the key to this door from existence. It used to be on this Sharan, and now it just doesn't exist.
A small hurdle.
Like, what am I doing here? I'm a wizard. Thought I was crazy last playthrough. I was scrambling to find the key. Nope, they just removed it. The expensive thing on the altar. Yeah, like there's the scale thing, but I don't want to do that. so let's shift my prepared spells again. Prepared disguise self. I will disguise as Decay'zel. But first I have to actually equip Shapeshifter's Boon. Forgot to do that. Don't care about Forbidden Knowledge, plus 1 Wisdom saving throws, and give it up here after Codex before finishing Necromancy. Say you can still finish the book and get ghouls after that. That's nice. I like having plus 1 to Wisdom saving throws because it further devalues Wisdom as a stat. And justifies me putting the points elsewhere. Mental stats in this game are just not worth investing in most of the time. I have 18 int here because I'm leaning specifically into some wizard features. But like, Wisdom is a borderline worthless stat, due in part to buffs like Forbidden Knowledge. And Charisma is good if you are using it for vendor prices and dialogue checks and your casting. If not all of those things, then it's still skippable. Constitution, depending on class and loadout, is also skippable. Like, I have this much HP with 8 con, thanks to 8 upcasting. Then Strength and Dex. Strength and Dex are Giga Chad. Don't neglect those. I'll learn Greater Invis here.
Prisoners. What torment has Shar inflicted on them?
Imagine dying by suddenly having a huge pool of water appear, all about lighting everywhere, flying army swooping and shooting arrows, wizard warrior carrying 2 staffs turning people to dust, more lighting and arrows, everyone dies. Yeah. Sounds fun.
A huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror. One used by the Sharans to plunder memories
Rolled
from the
very
minds of
bad.
others.
Both good. Well, you're basically just using strength to carry things, occasionally throw people. I'm swinging my weapon sometimes too. I swung my my staff fight before this one, I think.
You feel a presence, dark and ancient. The mirror. You must surrender some part of yourself. But what? Something still there. A foreign disappointment floods
I got the
your mind.
+1 charisma.
You were sure to succeed, Stelmate, but Lord Enver Gortash has stolen your support. All
That changes
charming
some
and
things.
cajoling in the parlors of the upper city wasted. The memory fades
So like, I didn't take
away.
Ethel charisma because I didn't
As it
think I would
leaves
get
its
this
mark on
charisma.
your mind.
I got the
dark
+1
mirror
charisma.
seems to turn dark.
That's crazy. Okay. So what do I do with my stat distribution now? I don't necessarily need to scale off of intelligence now, though I did Ethel boost that. I could Squid Blast for the finale, but that's not Necromancy. But not let me choose, because I didn't succeed that part of it. Basically the way the Mirror of Loss works is it's with its stat gain and loss thing, it's hidden rolls. I succeeded the hidden roll to get the Patriarch's memory for the +1 charisma that you can get separately from the other stat increase. Now I just need to go again to get
Huge mirror stare them. You must surrender some
the actual
part of
stat increase I
yourself.
want. So the stats that I'm considering boosting are Dexterity, allowing me to run around at 18 dex naturally. Intelligence, allowing me to have 20 intelligence naturally. And Charisma. I think what my stat distribution is going to be upon respec is I go base 17 intelligence to maintain my 20. I go base 16 dexterity. And then I go 15 charisma. And anything left is strength. Yeah.
You've still that a far you embody it, whatever the dark.
Roll better.
The huge mirror, the mirrors, you must surrender some part of yourself. But what? The gaps still there. You feel the spill where once the mirror showed nothing. There is now something. Memories, experiences, skills, all prized from the minds of others, and now offered to
Dexterity
you
would put me in a
to
really good
choose from.
position initiative-wise. Because, like, I'm at plus 11 right now. With Ballist, Hellrider. That's plus 5 over my... Oh no, that's plus 13, actually. Yeah, no, I don't need Dex. It's cool.
Words and remember the dark.
Now I curse. Right. 20 int. 11 charisma. Yeah, we'll respec at some point to have ideal charisma. That's real nice. Let's get Shadowheart now. That's Crossroads in the DLC. Thinking what I'm gonna do. So one of the routes becomes a horror game. It was very stressful for me. Quest fucked me up. Yeah, it was. I was not prepared for that.
A welcome reprieve.
Can Eldritch Blast not be used with Twin Meta Magic?
Chamber of Lost
It can't,
Lands.
because think about the mechanics of that.
Lady Shah has one final task for me. Then
Things
all
that
of
target
this
one
will be
creature
mine.
can target an additional creature. As soon as you hit level 5, Eldritch Blast can target more than one creature. It's no longer a valid target for metamagic. One spell at least. Also, even if it was, better use of your sorcery points. If you are optimizing for Eldritch Blast in a build, Sorcerer is not useful. Despite what Reddit says. Sorcerer is not good at Eldritch Blasting. Relative to other classes. Fighter provides you more, Rogue provides you more, Wizard provides you a hell of a lot more. Just being Warlock provides you more as well. Do you think if Shard didn't have as much drip as she does, the mirror would also look goofier? Used to be wearing the same hat. Yeah, probably. I'm with you there. Those Patriarch's Memory and Ethel Christmas optimal. Yeah, for Squid Blast. Didn't say it was good, don't put that on my... No, I didn't see your message there, Revan. I didn't say you said that. I only saw that after you just said that. Yeah, there's this widely held belief that Sorlock is a good multi-class in BG3, and it's not. Now, any multi-class is viable in this game, but in terms of is it worth doing, it's not. But if you like the combo, do it. In terms of is it valuable from a theory crafting perspective? No. I'll prep Brave Sickness. That could be fun. What other classes offers better than popular 10-2 Sorlock? I'm going to answer your question with a question. What does Sorlock offer with that 10-2 split for Eldritch Blasting? Comes from D&D logic. People like to think they're the same game. True. Bitwise part. Very true. Wizard Blaster is a build I want to try soon. The damage is insane, Revan. Like, by the time you become a Squid Blaster, your average damage on Eldritch Blast is higher than the average damage on Disintegrate. It's crazy. Twin Haste and Quicken Eldritch Blast. Okay, using Haste from, like, spell is incredibly inefficient. It is the least desirable form of the Haste effect, because if that concentration ever goes down, anyone you cast it on is useless, and then whoever is concentrating on it isn't concentrating on something else. So you have locked down the value of up to 3 characters by doing that. When Speed Pots provide the same effect, except without concentration, so there's no risk of it dropping, and you can always loop Speed Pots so you never have a lethargic turn. You can even apply Speed Pots with things other than your bonus action or your action. Haste Spores don't have lethargic attached to the mechanic at all, and you can have everyone in your party and all of their summons go through the cloud for the turns that Haste Spore cloud is there. And also, in terms of Quicken Eldritch Blast, that would be good in a world where it wasn't 3 sorcery points. You can't get infinite sorcery points on Sorcerer, so let's throw that one out for now. But there's so many other things you can be doing with your bonus action. If you got the Awakened buff, your Tadpole powers are on your bonus action. If you are using something like Arcane Charge Boots or Lightning Charge Boots, and you're using, say, Expeditious Retreat or bonus action dash from Rogue, for example, to keep those effects going, that's going to provide you more damage in the long term on that bonus action without consuming resources. Hex from your Warlock levels provides you an incredible amount of extra damage, and you just need to spend 1 first level spell slot on it and then not lose your concentration going forward. You just keep it an entire day if you wanted to, reapplying Hex to each enemy before you start blasting them. Your jump is your bonus action. Applying coatings is your bonus action. Pushing is your bonus action. Quicken spell has some desirability in some situations, but it is massively overrated. Also, if you took Quicken spell, you didn't take a different meta magic there. And extended spell is incredibly broken. Just an easy example to wrap your head around with the value of extended spell is Blade Ward. Often I see Blade Ward get downplayed, and something we talked about earlier in the stream is the title of, like, best, I'm using air quotes here, cantrip. Experienced challenge runners are only going to put Minor Illusion and Blade Ward in that spot. If we're talking damage dealing, then yeah, Eldritch Blast enters, Thorn Whip, Ray of Frost, there's a few things there, but Blade Ward and Minor Illusion are up there. And this is with Blade Ward having the limitation of lasting only 2 rounds. Make it last 4 at the cost of 1 sorcery point. That's insanely valuable, and you can do that from level 2. The most common damage in the game, round and a half. Yeah, round and a half unless you exploit animations. But think about how much damage in the game is physical. And Blade Ward covers magical and non-magical physical damage, unlike Stone Skin, which is just not magical. So cantrip better than a 4th level spell. You don't have to concentrate on it. But like that's almost all damage you'll be incurring from enemies that use weapons. This cuts it in half. 1 sorcery point and an action, and you could have this for a full combat. You could do it before a combat even. Twin spell has a lot of value because that logic behind twinning concentration on haste. Now imagine if you twinned casting something with less liabilities. Like you twin concentration on Shield of Faith on yourself and an ally. That's 2 AC for each of you. I could twin Dethrone right now to do up to 80 damage with force disadvantage, and it's a fixed DC of 18. Why can I twin animate dead? Yeah, no, that's fucked up. I kind of want to try it. Like, what does this do? It doesn't do anything. I have undead thralls, so I already can summon 2, but like that's weird. And then in terms of meta magic that I don't have on my character right now, Subtle Spell is the one that is way better than Quicken Spell, but it doesn't get any flowers because people don't take it, because Quicken Spell is the one people talk about. Subtle Spell allows you to not break your hiding when you cast the attached spell. And this means you can do things like sit on a rooftop and click an upcast Scorching Ray for 5 beams into someone. You're still hiding afterwards. You can just completely bypass enemy AI being able to function by using Subtle Spell. Subtle Spell also lets you cast while you're silenced. So in situations where, let's say you're fighting the Measels over by Last Light in Act 2, and one of them silences you, starts strangling you, you just turn on Subtle Spell and you start casting normally. Like, Sorcerer has so much utility beyond Quicken Spell. And what Quicken Spell in the context of an Eldritch Blast build provides is wasting your sorcery points to do something that likely isn't better than another bonus action you have available because it's Act 3. Like, bonus action Eldritch Blast or bonus action Mind Blast. Lol. No, bonus action Black Hole. You can click Psionic Overload to allow your Eldritch Blasts to each get this bonus psychic damage, which you can be amping up with Resonance Stone. You can be moving Hex to another target. You can be putting Stage Fright on a group of enemies to make it so not only can they not hit you, but they take damage when they try. Like, you could be drinking that speed pod. There's a lot you can do. Planning a Sorcerer run for my next playthrough intended to take Quicken without thinking twice, gonna explore those other meta magics more. I encourage it. And this is not to say that... Hey, Fancy, Stage Fright, my beloved, it's so good. This is not to say that Quicken Spell does not have value, because it does. There's plenty of situations where it can be good. That is to say, there are others that are more useful that get overshadowed because of the popularity. Sorcerer is just a very good class.
Without delay.
Because the flexibility of meta magic lets you do some insane things. Shout out to Extended Spell. Oh yeah, another thing you can do with Extended Spell here. You can Extend Spell Create Water to apply Wet for 6 turns instead of 3. Card doesn't do a good job of representing this, but it works. Sorcerer can only change their spell list when leveling up, right? Correct. Extended Spell, Resilient Sphere, Clutch Another Brain. Yeah, that was crazy. Quicken Spell also falls in the D&D logic category, endlessly better, and you don't have 6 million things to do with bonus actions. That's true, too. And in this game, there is not that restriction of 1 leveled spell per turn, so there's nothing stopping you from, you know, doing a Misty Step into a Circle of Death in this game. You wouldn't be able to do that in tabletop. But it also means that plays like, you know, Hunger of Hadar and to Quicken Spell Eldritch Blast are not as big a deal, because you can instead drink a Speed Pot and then do a better spell, or do a main action Eldritch Blast instead. When your key is balance, you no longer see distinction between action and bonus action. Your offhand attack builds are crazy, man. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be getting Shadowheart for your parents. I stopped to yap for 10 minutes.
The Chamber of Light. This is it.
Ever reason to use non-flying ghouls over the flying ones? The non-flying ones have a little more AC and HP, I believe, Lumi. But other than that, there's no differences that I'm aware of. They have the same stat block, they have the same attacks. Just worse mobility. Sorcerer run's going to involve a fair bit of careful consideration on which spells to pick up, since the only way to change your mind is to either respec or weapon next level up. As Fancy said, you have access to scrolls. There are very few spells that you won't have a scroll of, or some vendor who could, in theory, have that scroll. It's generally wise to take things that there are not scrolls of for that reason. Like, you want to learn the shield spell, for example. You want to get the ritual spells, Enhanced Leap Longstrider, so that you don't... so that you have those in your kit. And something like, something like Fireball, you don't necessarily need to learn, because you could just do it from a scroll. Sure, you can't upcast a scroll, but you don't need to, because generally when you're clicking a Fireball, Fireball is enough.
Who are these people?
Arnell Hallerleaf and his wife, Emily.
You don't need to waste a higher level on that.
Among the most fanatical of my sister, Seluna's followers. But for years they have been resisting my
But all that said, careful spell choice is necessary to a degree. I would say particularly with cantrips for Sorcerer, because you're not like a wizard where you can just learn every cantrip, because scrolls are plentiful. You just gotta learn them once, and then you have them.
Time to remember everything.
Yeah, Sorcerer cantrips require some
into
thought.
Shadowheart's mind, but it's different than before. There's more.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to end up gearing for them or using ranged weapons, which are valid, but just another thing to consider. Meta Magic also work on cantrips? It does. I do Twin Spell, Shock, and Grasp quite frequently.
Decay'zel is no more. A sacrifice. Kill them. For me, I am neither. There was. Do you all the time? They remember everything. The pain.
Whatever you feel is right.
That's right. I think I lost sight of that some time ago. Better to just serve blindly.
Whatever happens, we love you all the same.
We never stopped.
I was curious to see what you'd do.
You let me see my Decay'zel, my baby girl, one last time.
Don't call me that.
Okay.
It is done. No longer.
It's done. Yes.
Goodbye. Okay, what if I need more corpses? Oh no, I can't.
The final sacrifice has been made. That's a... Shah's blessings upon you. Well...
She orphaned herself? She doesn't know. Dara would be proud. Mindara's probably not going to be proud because of the whole chaining herself to a goddess thing. Honor the parents? I could.
What lies within?
I'm guessing Spell Snipers work quite well on Sorcerer, then to get access to Eldritch Blast. Here's the thing, Machete. Why? Like, why get Eldritch Blast on a Sorcerer? If you are playing a Sorcerer, you are not playing for Eldritch Blast. That whole conversation we had, like, if you want a Eldritch Blast, you're looking at Warlock, you're looking at Wizard. The entire conversation was about how Sorcerer does not support Eldritch Blasting as well as other classes. So, no. Like, you could do it, but why would you? Wizard benefits from Eldritch Blast too. It's an evocation spell. Evocation School Wizard at level 10 gets to add their intelligence modifier to the damage rolls of Eldritch Blast. So if I was evocation right now, and I add Eldritch Blast, I'd be adding 5 damage to each beam. It's the same thing as Agonizing Blast and Potent Robe, except it's int instead of Charisma. And yes, you can have all of those things together, which is why the strongest Eldritch Blaster is 10 Wizard to Warlock. Because then you set up your character to have as much intelligence and charisma as possible. Let's say you had 20 in each. Okay, you're adding 5 from Empowered Evocation to each beam. Total of 15 added damage for a 3-beam Eldritch Blast. And then you're adding 10, assuming you have Agonizing Blast from your Warlock invocations, and assuming you were wearing the Potent Robe. So you're adding 45 extra damage by, like, existing total without gear, and you could be using 45 damage total. Yeah, it's 45 damage total added to each Eldritch Blast. And that's without including things like Spellmite Gloves, adding an extra 1d8 to each beam. That's without Hex, as Bitwise Bard said. That's without Rhapsody. The lightning charges, Psionic Overload. As I mentioned before, you can get your average damage on Eldritch Blast to be higher than that of Disintegrate. Oh, you can kill Answer in one round? No. I used a Scorching Right build to kill Answer in one round. Yeah, you can Twisting Branch on that too. Twisting Branch Daredevil. Arcane Charge, that's another option. Callous Glow. Lightning Charges. Lots of ways of scaling Eldritch Blast up. And note how nothing I said there was sorcerer features.
Anyway, take your pick.
Builds in this game are heavily defined by items. They can be. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you've done a gearless run. They don't have to be. Alright, so what bosses have we already beaten? We've already killed Leroican, Viconia, Mystic Carrion. Guess we could do Cazador next. I don't really feel like it though. Let's get a House of Hope access. Fearless runs the way. Not possible, says the one who did it. I guess doing Orin right now makes sense. I always have multiple gear setups I can run for most builds. Yeah, there's a lot of gear that will affect a lot of things. And unlike, say, a looter game, where you're chasing +1 stat increases in every slot, this is actually exactly why ability score increase is a dog shit feat, because it's propped up by these looter itemization type gamers, where they're like, number increase above everything. It's like, no, mechanical changes are more important. Taking ability score increase +2 is +1 to that stat's functionality in almost all cases. So, like, that's going to be a lot less than getting a new thing you can do, or a new immunity to a mechanic. And this is usually the same for gear as well. Not always. Like, for example, Amulet of the Devout, I'm using this for +2 spell save DC right now. But on the flip side, think of that as being 4 intelligence worth of spell save DC, so pretty good for that slot. Play Raft, dude's a clown. I kind of want to keep access to the boudoir for a little bit longer, but maybe soon. We go to the bank. What non-Duergar class makes the most use of visibility? Duergar is the only one who can cast invisibility, so depends on your build at that point. You say gearless, you mean just gray items gear? Yeah, like actual gearless. Like, no weapons, no armor, no clothing that gives stats. It was gearless. And Say did that run.
This is no trifle. It is of infernal origin. This curio shop is more than it seems. One true way. Our Diabolist was trying to summon something. Curious.
For the Eldritch Blasting Wizard, how do you do the level ups? So it depends on when you want your Eldritch Blast and what you want your final spellcasting stat to be. Now, the Blast will, if you're taking it from your Warlock levels, it'll always scale off your Charisma anyway. So it depends on whether you want your other stuff to scale off of your Intelligence, or you want your other stuff to scale off of your Charisma. The final combination is 10 levels in Evocation School Wizard, and 2 levels in Warlock, with you picking up the Agonizing Blast Invocation. Beyond that, it's flexible. Or how I would do it, Kels, is I would most likely I would start as Wizard for the better skill proficiencies. And then after that, it doesn't really matter. Feats, Alert, because it's the best feat in the game, and then second feat, depending on my character's race, maybe moderately armored. Like, if I'm a Githyanki, then I already have medium armor proficiency, so I don't need that. But if I'm, say, a human, I have shield proficiency, but not medium armor. And having medium armor proficiency is really nice for situations where you do want to slap on the Helm of Baldurin for crit immunity, and saving throw bonus, and such things. About ease of use of Invis, it's just easier to have 100 pots. There's no race that affects that, really, Irish. I guess a halfling would technically be harder to reveal, because a halfling rolling ones isn't actually rolling ones. But, like, meh. Race doesn't affect that, is the real answer. Asking class? Dwergar isn't a class. Dwergar is a race. You're not asking class unless you're asking a question that you didn't type.
I welcome thee to... Well, well. It's been a while since I've had such discerning custom.
Been a while.
Here, you may browse my more curated...
Gemini gloves to turn Shocking Grasp into an AoE. 20. Put on my talkie gear. Like that. My cat. Looking for an answer. It doesn't just be Dwergar. Class doesn't matter then. I don't even know what question you're asking. Because maybe ask the question again. Because you're not making a lot of sense to me. What you doing, cat? What classes have the easiest time with being invis every fight? Shadow Monk. Warlocks that took the one with Shadows invocation, I guess. Classes that can cast invisibility. Heard that well the first time, sorry. It's okay, I understand the question now. How does panty casting work? So free cast, the Illithid power free cast, the passive, its cooldown is supposed to be until long rest, but whenever the state of your gear changes, until the game checks that again to see if it's supposed to be on cooldown, you can use it again. So, unequipping items changes your gear state. Unequipping your camp clothes and underwear does not change your stats or anything, but it changes your gear state, allowing you to refresh free cast. So you could do it by unequipping your camp clothes and your camp boots and any pieces of gear that aren't providing you any benefit in the fight. You know, your instrument, you can do that, but it's funniest to do it with your underwear.
Now we must speak.
Cast spell, unequip underwear, cast spell, re-equip underwear, cast again. You need to re-enable the free cast passive every time you change gear, but yes.
I break people into the... And then I... He's rather ambitious. What?
Such a task would be tantamount to suicide. Do not even entertain it.
I'll Eager Splendor that. Didn't finish a solo honor run with no optional rest, no trading, no stealing, no respects, no tapples, no gale blowing up. Yeah, that's the rule set that the creator of a particular challenge rule set dubbed Ultimate Solo Honor. I think it's a terrible name because it's far from ultimate. It's not even particularly difficult.
Within the House of Hope.
It's just a reduction in
And you fetch them for me.
diversity in builds and mechanics you can use to beat the game. It's a boring run, which is why I don't personally like the rule set, but it did do the very good thing of getting more people interested in challenge running. But yes, lots of people have completed that rule set.
Along with finally.
Challenge tailored to Gloomstalker Assassin? Yes. Because Rangers don't care about their spell slots. They have enough raw damage with the Assassin dip to not care about even things like Call the Weak. Don't care about their spell save DC. They use very specific items that you don't need to trade for. Impressed by Soho doing with Shadow Monk? Yeah. Soho did it with Shadow Monk, and that was a really cool run. Say did it with an Acid Splash Wizard, and that was a very cool run. I like those because they were innovations on, you know, actually doing interesting tech to complete a challenge run, rather than getting your Titan String Bow and your Deathstalker Mantle and clicking attack until the game was over. And this is not me downplaying other people's achievements. This is not me throwing shade at other creators. This is just my perspective as someone who's done a lot of runs with a lot of different rule sets. That rule set is very pedestrian. And I just dislike the naming convention because it implies, especially to people outside of the challenge running space, that there's nothing harder. Pack it up. Everyone can stop playing now. No? No? Skull goes over here. What am I doing?
Do not seek to correct one mistake in another.
Mask of Soul Perception. On normal and level 1 runs on this challenge provided actual questions and puzzles to be solved, rendering a lot of past knowledge irrelevant. I love those a lot. I think John Normal is still my favorite run that I've done. Level 1 was super cool too. It would easily be those two. Probably followed by any Tempest Cleric gameplay I've done, just because I really enjoy that class a lot. But my favorite challenge run rule sets that I've seen would probably be either Mark the Power Hours Restless Region Lock. I also really like Reckless's Master of One. I think that's a really cool way to approach multi-classing and to push you to understand how different classes work in a run. I think that's a really cool rule set too. And I really like Kaylee's extremely hardcore no-hit challenge that she recently completed. I plan on attempting that one on a Shadow Monk soon. I have too many run ideas. Usually takes me about a week to do a run. Maybe a week and a half on some of them. So I'm still hoping to get to that by the end of the year. I love how Ems thinks it's a bad idea. He's scared. He's more scared that he'll lose influence over you. In my opinion, anyway.
You came.
I had some interest in doing that rule set. I don't think it'd be an interesting run to watch. Which run trade? Sorry, I had a bunch of rule sets going.
Speaks, you hear a distant rattle of chains.
No hit sounds really cool. It was an insane run, Gage. Ultimate solo? Yeah, it's just not interesting to watch to me. It's a good entry-level challenge run, but beyond that...
Not kind to me.
The figure flickers and starts to dim from view.
Yeah, Gage. She did region lock. No tadpoles, no summons, no temporary follower help, no scrolls, no multi-classing. Everything with a legendary action had to be fought. Companion quest lines had to be completed. No hit. Completed it as an Arcane Trickster on her 10th attempt. Insane run.
I hear the jailer. It hears me. But yeah. Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Concentrate.
When you say region locks, I mean you can't go to the next act till all enemies have been killed, something different. So it means you can't go backwards. So like, as soon as she went to the mountain pass, couldn't go back to the wilderness or Underdark anymore. As soon as she went to the Shadow Curse lands, couldn't go back to the the mountain pass or those other maps anymore.
Remember, quiet as a mouse.
Hey Nemesis, how you doing?
But I like you. Can you see it? But
the rat.
All of the residents were guests, and all of the guests will be residents.
This is who I'm talking about, if you're not following, by the way. Best part of Kaylee's run was Nether Rain top, but she forgot Darkness Arrows at home. Yeah, she had to completely improvise on her strat in the final boss fight, and still clutched it up.
I laughed in light. I cried in day.
None of us should.
You're running game in parallel and do the tests. I just love how collaborative the BG3 challenge running community is. A lot of pooled knowledge, current testing, theory crafting. It's great stuff. I really love it.
You look. Hello. Shh. Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly.
9 with advantage.
You know how this goes.
I don't really need inspo for much anymore. So. Region lock mean you can either do Underdark or Mountain, but not both. Why would it mean that? There is no loading screen between the Underdark and the Wilderness. They are the same map. They are no more separated than walking inside a building in the city, in the lower city in Act 3, and then going out of that building, if that was the area transition without a load screen. The same region. It does mean that you have to do the mountain pass before the Shadow Curse lands if you want to do it at all. If you don't, then you're just skipping it completely in the run. And it means that you have to kill Gortash at his coronation. Otherwise you can't beat the game, because you can't go back to Rivington. But I believe she handled region lock for Act 3 separately, so that she could still complete companion storylines. That's my understanding.
A crack like breaking bone. Hope winces.
Show me a neat trick where you can split the vendor's gold stack. Steal it easier, that helps a lot. It does, Manfred. It does. We actually learned so many safe and reliable strats for all the fights. We actually get to choose what fits our playstyle the most. We have like 3 working different level 1 Merkle strats. Yeah, there's the no-hit strat. And then there's the aggressive strat, and then there's the passive strat. They all work on level 1 characters. I'm not even gonna steal the amulet right now, I don't think. I don't need it.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear. And yet you are here.
Not a loading screen between Underdark and Wilderness?
The archive is yours
No?
to peruse. You'll find
Never has
everything
been.
accounted for. And I can present documents of procurement.
Like, the game even encourages you to go back and forth. You know how you can jump in the hole by the spider matriarch, and if you have Featherfall, you get a little cutscene of you floating down, and you get a wide shot of the Underdark. There's an inspiration for doing that. If you push anything into that pit, you see its corpse at the bottom. It's the same map.
I skipped the red.
Also get no prompt about traveling regions when you try to fast travel between them. True, yeah. Small loading time. No more than the earlier example I gave of walking into large interiors in Act 3. Like going into the House of Grief. Is that a region lock? I'm sure someone probably considers it a region lock for their rule set, but that's like a dungeon lock if you ask me.
I thought you'd got lost and died.
Hey Tortuga, welcome in. How are you? Instance lock? Yeah. The strat's going to Raphael here. I'm not fighting Raphael right now. I will be leaving the House of Hope very shortly. I'm just kind of here to top off my summons. Finish PG3, gonna try to do honor mode. Let's go. I love playing honor mode. I kind of just can't play other difficulties anymore. Halcyon is the one who makes it seem like a separate map. He's stupid. True. Halcyon is canonically stupid and smells bad. Because he presents the Mountain Pass Underdark thing as a choice, which is stupid and not how it works. And Minsk tells you he smells bad in the epilogue. Fuck Halson. Except don't fuck Halson. I don't love the idea of doing this fight with 18 AC. It shouldn't be a problem. I almost want to combo motions this beckoners here. I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Shut off. Hate it how it defaults to on. 20 AC. No. We'll impose disadvantage. It's better. I think I'm burning out on some sections of the game. Varying the challenge runs significantly is helping me for that. Like, I was starting to burn out on some sections of the game, but then I did the do the game backwards run, and that really helped. Watched a streamer playing this game last night who was arguing it should not have been Game of the Year because it did advanced game technology and the art and fun parts of the game is too subjective to war based on that Spider-Man 2 is objectively better from a tech standpoint. Yeah, that's a stupid person. I'm not going to mince words there. That's someone who is being willingly disingenuous. And they're at the most charitable label I can apply to that kind of take is unserious. Because what? I enjoyed Spider-Man 2. It was the safest sequel I've ever seen in my fucking life. They advanced nothing meaningful. It's just more of the same game. That's it. Which is fine because Spider-Man was an awesome game. But like, what are we doing here? BG3 reached across the boundaries of not just game genres, but people who don't play games at all. One of the top-selling games of all time, brought interest to turn-based games when that's at best niche before the release of this game. Revitalized the CRPG genre for a lot of gamers. It's more content, has more replay value. Like, I enjoyed Spider-Man 2, but it doesn't belong in the same conversation as this game. And this is true for other games that I don't personally enjoy that much either. Like, I have a hard time getting into Elden Ring, for example. I'm still slowly making my way through my first playthrough. Slowly. But, like, objectively, the impact and desirability of Elden Ring is on a different level. Something like Spider-Man 2. It's just a different beast. They are not comparable. Elden Ring's another that's kind of overrated. Here's the thing about it. Elden Ring took a genre, an established genre, that being Souls-like, being a subgenre of RPGs, and it took that genre and advanced it. The exact parameters that person, that Master of Swiftness was mentioning, was like, well, you gotta advance the genre. It did that, and it did that well. It took the scope of it and ratcheted it up as much as it possibly could have. It's an open world game that doesn't have a shit open world. That's rare. And managed to do everything it set out to do well. I think that's largely different from, hey, more of this game, give money again, we advanced the story. give money again in 5 years for next entry that will be the same gameplay, but advancing the story. Different thing. By no means bad, but like, Game of the Year is, as Woodsy is touching on there, is not simply technological innovation. It's a holistic view, and I think that's an important take to have. Elden Ring's too hard for me, so I gave up. It's a hard game when you're learning, and I'm still in that learning stage. Alright, let's do this fight before I start yapping too long again. You can keep enhanced ability prepared. Concentrating, rather, even after it's no longer prepared. That's nice. Boudoir reset my sorcery points. So let me reset my spell slots too, that's fine. Baba Laga. Did I get that right? Following YouTube, I paid the price. Because Volo's Eye doesn't provide anything I can't get by just casting a scroll on myself, or using the Assassin of Balcal and then unequipping it. And the other thing you get from... Do I have it on me right now? I don't have it on me. The other thing you get from getting paid the price, if you pick the right dialogue options, is Anti-Ethel's Charm, which is a one-time use until long rest. Every version of enhanced ability is active on you at once. I should be using that right now. I'm not. Sorry, I need to say something because, wow, Game of the Year cannot be simplified to one parameter because that's an insanely slippery slope. No, you're absolutely right, Woodsy, and you don't need to apologize for chiming in on a juicy conversation. How dare you use the chat to chat? Everyone shame this chatter. You're good. Well, game of the decade constantly. I think it's not even a lukewarm take to call BG3 the best game ever made. Just in terms of everything. Everything it set out to do, it did. And it did it monumentally better than the rest of the games industry. When I played full melee dumb characters, watching you play the whole other level, just bonk people, throw them on the floor. In your defense, Tortuga, bonking people and throwing them on the floor is extremely good, and especially the throwing people on the floor bit, one of the most powerful things you could do in the game. You're not exactly playing wrong, because at the end of the day, playing what's fun is important. But also in terms of, from a theory crafting perspective, what you're doing is real good. Alright, we're gonna extended spell. Calm emotions.
Why are you here?
It's like the best disable in the game. It's so good. Fucked up by making electrified water here. It'll be fine. Alice. Oh yeah, you're immune to that, right. Accuracy. Nice. We get you in here. Daze you. Oh, this counterspell? No. The reason why I baited Harlep's reaction is so he can't use a Misty form thing. Right, yeah, much better hit rate now that his dex bonus is removed. Immediately rolls a 1. Love that.
Time to strike. Time to strike. Swift and lethal.
There we go. Fine. They're gonna start Eldritch Blasting, but it's fine, I don't care about that. Let's do this. Imps are more dangerous than the whole House of Grief, it's true. That's why. Knockback. Every playthrough is 46 hours, even when you know almost every nook and cranny. Yeah, my first playthrough was 110 hours and I missed content. Now my average challenge runs, if I'm doing all bosses and sort of taking my time, they're usually around 60 hours. If I'm rushing, they end up being around 40, but... And of course, you can go faster, speedrunning's a thing, etc., etc., but it just shows the wealth of options. Harlep is still stunned, so like... Is there a lightning bolt line I can take here? Does what I like. Get my Myrmidon, but it's fine. He's fine. I'm clicking, okay. Oh, I took fire damage redirected because of fleeting protection. This is why you don't thoughtlessly click radiant damage. Now, I'm in the room where I can just heal, so that's why I'm willing to do it. Normally, don't do things like that. It's not great for your health. Just crit. Extended spell combo motions for Abyss Beckoner's use is real cool. I like it. Love the innovation in speedruns, how fast 90% has become with Gale Act 2 credits. Yeah, that's a really fun category to watch. It's just a couple of minutes long. Ooh, rants? Why Evo Wiz is goated outside of being the best blaster? Cool, let's do that. So the level 2 feature for Evocation Wiz, you don't friendly fire with your evocation spells. That should excite you because that's already crazy. The level 6 feature is all of those cantrips that are saved for no damage are instead saved for half damage, which means Acid Splash becomes just an AoE nuke that always does damage, among others. It's a bad feature I play solo. It's summons. So the was just shut up, say. On top of that, once you get the level 10 feature, Empowered Evocation, you are just stapling your intelligence modifier, which you can reasonably have up to 24. Meaning a +7 to the damage rolls, every single damage roll of every evocation spell you do. This includes, you know, the obvious offender of magic fucking missile. Like, you want to add 7 damage to every magic missile before gear? You could then put on Rhapsody as well. You could have Orin's Clothes equipped for Formless Slaughter. So you could be adding 11 damage to every magic missile. Fuck it, put Callous Glow on. You added 13 damage. Put Arcane Charge. You added 15 damage. Put Lightning Charges. You added 16 damage. With every fugue doing an extra 8 damage instead of an extra 1. Like, that's just one obvious spell. You could just do that. And Magic Missile casts to 6th level with Psychic Spark on. Yeah, you can Fowler Loop as well. You're getting 9 missiles? That's insane. Hey, Lala, thank you so much for the raid. Koala raid incoming. I appreciate it. I'm ranting about how good Wizard is right now. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? You want to ask me about BG3 today? Ask retracted. How were you outside of BG3? So yeah, that's Magic Missile, but remember Eldritch Blast is also an evocation spell, so there's that. The flavored smites, the Paladin smites, you know, Searing Smite, Thunder Smite, all those are evocation spells. So those get that too, making Evocation School Wizard also the best smiter in terms of raw damage output. And this is on top of you having things that wizards just have. Spell Scribing, wizard exclusive spells such as Resilient Sphere, which is incredible. Just awesome class. I died 3 times solo honor. Death is a great teacher. I'm sorry that happened. Sometimes you get stuck in a place where it's like, man, I really just want to get a run off the ground. But will those 3 things ever kill you again? Or are they as likely to kill you again? Because if the answer is no, then that's the kind of thing that a lot of future runs are going to get built on. Paladins of Tyr, Grove to Goblins, Ward Companion, Blighted Village. So those are all totally understandable ones. Healing Word's also a pretty good evocation spell. Oh yeah, Empowered Evocation also makes Evocation Wizards the best healers. In terms of if you're clicking healing spells. Now, fighters throwing healing potions is still better, but if you're talking healing spells, Evocation School Wizards are the best at that too. But yeah, with the Paladins of Tyr, like, for challenge runs, I'm very afraid of enemy Paladins critting on me, or even just hitting me when I'm at low levels and have low HP. And I'm afraid of Hold Person, and that encounter has 2 of those things. So resetting multiple times there has ingrained that fear, so I die to those things less often. And then with the Grove Goblins, that first fight outside the Grove is one of the most volatile fights in the entire game after patch 7, because each of those goblins can do so much damage. The Bugbear can do so much damage. You have no control over the turn order, and your allied AI NPCs are pretty stupid. So dying there is actually, even for veteran runners, Lala, even for people who no-life the shit out of this game, hi, it's me, I'm people, we die there. Kind of often. Totally understandable. You know why we're scared of that fight now. And then War Companion in Blighted Village. I don't actually fight in the Blighted Village anymore. Because the enemies on top of the roofs, you get their XP by talking your way in, so you never need to fight them. And then the wargs by the windmill when you're saving Barkus, I get their XP through dialogue. So yeah, like, I'm afraid enough of those that I just don't fight them. And me detailing those experiences and strategies is not to, like, say, oh, well, you could have just done this. It's, those are lessons I learned by dying to those things. So, if you ever get in your head about, I lost another run, you learned another lesson. Kill giant enough to eat everyone? Yes. Giving myself grace because it's my first time by myself and not full party. It sounds like you're going about things the right way. Did I say thank you, by the way? Thank you for the raid. Always good to see you.
An efficient path.
Not being so sweet? No. I refuse. Adept and Zealot combo at Moonrise. Yeah. Yeah. Adept's handing out free +10s to attack. It's pretty toxic, especially because they'll do it through walls and floors, even in combats they're not in. One time that happened to me, and it made the entirety of Moonrise Towers aggro to me, because one of the adepts in the throne room with Ketheric, before I triggered the cutscene, did that. So then Ketheric became aware of me, and then he started talking to me, and then all of Moonrise went hostile permanently. I was so scared. I had to run to the roof and flee. It was a whole thing. Nola and Mola do that? Yeah. Just get beefy for Moonrise. Yeah, Moonrise, you run around with Amulet of the Unworthy for that slashing resistance, Radiant Resistance Elixir to cut down the damage of the smites. If you have access to Silence, you put a Silence bubble down, so not only can they not cast in it, but also Thunderous Smite won't hurt you. Like, there's a lot you can do there. That was great, watching Ketheric just strolling around mid-combat. I was so upset. How did Kaylee deal with that one on no hit? Do we know? I don't remember. Put that for now. Take Nola and Mola out when they take Minthara to the prison if you kill the questioners first. That's something that scares me because Nola and Mola doing double Guardian Faith could just kill you. But, like, I suppose that's no scarier than eating a Confusion, then bombing yourself, or eating a Cloud of Daggers and then Agonizing Blast, Repelling Blast through the cloud. You know, it's a scary fight either way. Really like to pass this perception. Liz? Barely. Only got it because the high roll on guidance. I don't know if Third Monkey allowed buskings and a looting run. I have no idea. I would have to ask him. Because, like, that's picking up gold off the ground, so I doubt it. But...
gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
Oh yeah, no mole contract.
Objective noted.
Right. Guess the only reason Lathander area is separate loading areas so that people would not eat wargas with those traps. But like, you can still pretty easily get him onto the bridge and eat him.
Anyone hear me?
Eat him in my current run. Yeah, if you AI break him by aggroing Therazin without triggering that office cutscene, then he's like right next to the chasm. You could just push him immediately as soon as you drop the barrier. Very convenient. Yeah, I didn't trigger the alarm, so I just step on. Guess this angelic potion's kind of valuable. Yeah, it's one of only 2 before Act 3, but like at the same time, meh. I don't find myself caring that much. I was supposed to order food like 2 hours ago. Let me just do that right now. In 1 second. Yeah, if anyone has any questions about the build or anything, I know I'm kind of all over the place today, but I think I've sort of settled on this is the gear I'm going to be using for a lot of this. Consequence of level 11 routing Wargas gets me pretty hard these days. It's been a while since I fought Wargas at like a level where you reasonably would. I think the last time I did that was my Will Sorcerer run, where I fought him at level 6, I think. Well, I suppose we fight him at a reasonable point in Region Lock as well. Usually level 7 or 8 when you're fighting him in Region Lock. No question, when you're taking your levels in Ranger of Rogue using 20 cap mod, why are you like this? Your bait is too good today. Spawn was level 10 monk, he didn't fare well. Poor guy. Fight Raphael? I will, just I don't want to fight him right now. Hey, a bit of bad news. What's up, Trade? Okay, ordered food. Question about your gear. Where do you implement the water bottles that do damage? Too soon. I have a sun, right? I have one for sale.
I will be heard.
The Hordebreaker AoE coatings might be Ratbat exclusive. I'll have to do some testing then. If that's the case, then Charger is gonna be, maybe Trickery Domain rather than Nature. Maybe. Cat just took the most vile shit. What did you eat, sir? Like, he looks sorry. He looks apologetic. Yeah, I don't know how you did it either, man. Yeah, if we're talking about Minty joining combat in the throne room, I have had that happen. It happens if you spacebar through the combat, spacebar through the dialogue too quickly and then start combat with the goblins, because she's tagged as an ally to you as the conversation progresses. So if you get in combat there, she's gonna jump in to help you.
The cellars are just down the stairs. There, you'll find my old lodgings.
Well, that's definitely not overkill. It was funny. I have negative 35 turns remaining on life essence. Look to the forums for my auto run. A lot of people lost runs to Wargas. I think this says a lot about players who know the value of initiative. Like, you go first through full party, the guy's like 112 HP, no resistance. Yeah, it's they kind of let him apply Mind Steel Link, and then they don't commit to bursting him down. So then they have all these swords spawning, and if you have Psychic Vulnerability from Mind Steel Link, you probably don't have crit protection if this is also a problem for you. These swords can be hitting you for over 50 damage each. You could have half a dozen of them running around, on top of there being Gith archers in the room, and 2 people spamming psychic damage cantrips that are saving throw based, not attack rolls. It's certainly a lot to deal with. I think this is another calm emotions situation. But I'll probably also mirror image if I have any. I have one. Actually, I just learned that. I'd rather cast it, honestly. Common Wizard W. It's extended spell mirror image.
Get Yankee. Blackett has found us. Get rid of them, quickly.
Sorcery points. That's fine. Essence. From the table. Malice. Still 15 turns of calm emotions. Stop the purple worm. Related, that's fine. Fortunate but not unexpected. 8 turns of calm emotions. Mummy has 3. I like how you managed to do Tunereth's Embrace. I was surprised. That was funny. Use Tunereth's Embrace and Legendary Resistance.
I will ascend. I am fury. I am death.
Fly up here. Cast Blight. There's no bells and whistles, just regular ass Blight. Fracture Psyche, lower her AC. Get you over here. That's annoying.
Time to strike.
Wrath's Embrace. Most nothing burger legendary action.
I am fury. I am death.
Legendary Resistance onto Throne. Barely passed still. Why did Fractured Psyche affect the saving throw here? Fractured Psyche lowers armor class. Why did it... Huh. Cool question. Any more reliable ways to impose con saving throw disadvantage in AoE that's not spike bulbs? Maybe throwing certain poisons, but I wouldn't say that's more reliable than spike bulb. Oh, no? Not that I can think of.
Taking position.
Spamming Upcast Blight is extremely satisfying. It's crit. Crit with the Aura of Murder. Nasty stuff. That purple worm. You know, this Skelly also gets a speed pot. Working hard. You know what? This Skelly gets more attacks. We will get away for summons here. It's fine. Not the many target arrows. So rude. Oh. Stop that. $14 damage poison tick. Max roll on purple worm. +4 from undead thralls.
Time to strike.
Oh, Pixel where Skelly has a shot.
Victory awaits.
It's it myself. I should be standing here for Aura of Murder. That's why.
Swift and lethal.
Fucking grass.
Time to strike. Victory awaits. I am fury.
Stay there.
Death. Swift and lethal.
I can use a War Priest charge here, I think. Cherish Necromancy with this stuff is pretty nice damage in its own right. OP solo build, duelist prerogative. The weapon's just kind of good. I really like running a build that's 1 level in fighter, followed by 11 levels of rogue. And you use duelist prerogative, you use some good heavy armors with the heavy armor master feat. And you get a source of physical resistance, whether it's reviving hands or armor persistence or just drinking universal res elixirs. So then you run around with a bunch of damage reduction, and then the resistance also halves the damage. But then you have uncanny dodge, which is a rogue feature that halves damage at the cost of your reaction. But with duelist prerogative, you have 2 reactions. So you just sit there and you make rogue the tankiest class in the game. Except for Abjuration Wizard. It's back and forth between those 2 things. That's a build I really enjoyed doing. Have a humanoid slaying arrow? Dude.
Is relentless.
Bye.
You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon.
Our speed progression of moderately armored, heavily armored, heavy armor master for rogue made me laugh out today. It's so cool. I love that he's doing that. It's so cool to me. And like the plan he laid out for the stat distribution, he's gonna be running around as a rogue with uncanny dodge and heavy armor master and 26 strength in Act 3. 26. No Cloud Giant Elixir required, he's just gonna have 26 strength. The tank rogue, yes. How? Starting at 16 strength, then adding 1 from moderately armored, adding 1 from heavily armored, adding 1 from heavy armor master, that's up to 19, adding 1 from Ethel's hair, that's up to 20, adding 2 from Mirror of Loss, adding 2 from Potion of Everlasting Vigor, that's 24, and then adding 2 with Broken Promises. Since it's a Restless Region Lock run, incurring the penalty from Broken Promises would only happen, I think, when going to the Netherbrain, and at that point, that -1 doesn't matter, because still running around at 23 strength. And if he really wants to get back to the 26 bracket, he can just pop a Cloud Giant Elixir.
Consider me intrigued.
Explaining maxing strength? Yes, Pigeon Monday.
What's that?
Thank you for bringing me back.
So, having 26 strength without having to give up your elixir slot means that you can do something like use an elixir of vigilance where necessary. You could use an elixir of bloodlust. You could, if you want to maximize damage, use a Colossus elixir. Level 11 sneak attack with 26 strength and Colossus elixir is such absurd damage that I don't think people realize. Like, the thing people think is impressive from Paladin Smites, take 3 of those. Take 4 of those. And that sneak attack is doing more. One poke. Like, sneak attack is insanity. It's so powerful.
My own sword. My first purchase as an adventurer. No use to me. It's yours.
Happy with Titan String for sneak attack? No. What I'm referring to about that sneak attack damage is, I mean before the weapon. Like, no matter what weapon it is, it's gonna do that amount of damage. I'm sure you certainly could Titan String, but I'm thinking just stabbing things with whatever dagger or short sword or whatever you think's appropriate. You do not need Titan String to do damage. Titan String is just... it's impossible not to do damage. Titan String's stupid, and I think the more the experience of the challenge running community, as it stands, people still doing runs right now, the more the disgust for Titan String Bow increases, and the more we're all unwilling to use it. It's the Barrelmancy of weapons. You know what the outcome's gonna be. You use it. If you have Halcyon, you get the -1 strength back for Brain from Broken Promises. Yeah, that's really cool. Unfortunately, you can't get that in Restless Region Lock. And my food is here. I'll be right back. And we can keep yapping for a little bit. Okay, I'm back. As soon as Magical Club gains popularity, it'll be the next Titan String. Yeah, it's a thing that's been known for a while, but like, yeah, never got that popularity. Last time I died in Act 3 combat, let me think about that. It's a run where I was starting the game in Act 3. I got blown up by the Steel Watchers with those smoke powder barrels where Volo is. Yeah, it was that. You have to dedicate all gear slots to damage, makes my good plus dual wielding. Yeah. It is very unfortunate. 19 AC and 8 con as the new Giga Chat experience. I've run around at 14 AC. On an Eldritch Blasting build in Act 3. My Retaliation tank had 7 AC in Act 3. That was really fun. I could have gotten myself down to the 1. I just never bothered. I get to 7. Having only 8 dexterity. Wearing no gear that increased my armor class, but also making sure to wear a piece that turned off my barbarian's unarmored defense. I could have gotten even lower by getting my dexterity cursed at the Mirror of Loss, and then not removing that. And getting a dinosaur to spit on me. Lower it by 5 until I get wet or long rest. Yeah, I was running around at 7 AC and using Reckless Attack to give enemies advantage on attacks against me to make it so they would almost always hit. But then sometimes I was also just drinking short rest potions in front of them to fall asleep so they would crit me. Our Crashker is so busted, it's insane. Like, every version of the item is crazy. First time I played, to use it as free cast, and that's it. I think a lot of people that first experience with it is, ooh, Chain Lightning, and they don't look at anything else about it. Like, it gives you an off-class access to Hunger of Hadar, which is incredible. It gives you heat in your weapon slot, while also giving you access to Fireball, Wall of Fire. All of the Marco effects are satisfied by Sonic Backlash, by the way. So you can go Heat Gen, or apply Poison, or apply Noxious Fumes, or apply Reverb, or build Lightning Charges. I remember it's switch, spell, short rest. Spell, switch, spell, short rest. Spell, switch, spell. Yes. Yeah, the switch and the spells are restored. You can use your 2. Short rest, use your 2 again, switch to another type, use those 2, then rinse and repeat. You guys get the sick builds? We play a lot. To glaze the challenge running community collectively here for a moment. Those builds YouTubers that you see poorly explaining the content that they're putting out, yeah, they're using poorly copied versions of stuff that challenge runners use. Broaden your understanding of the game. Make sure you drop a follow on these challenge runners here in the chat. Say okay, so black as myself. Trade Secret 34. And many others. Blazing and throwing shade. You gotta keep it balanced, Woodsy. Gotta keep it balanced. often coming up with the build concept will be, hey, I really like this feature, and I want to showcase how good it can be when you min-max around it. Like this run specifically, I wanted to do a long-form showcase of why the Necromancy School Wizard is actually very good, because it gets downplayed frequently. So, I decided to do that. My multi-class choices here are to facilitate the things that I wanted to boost. The cleric levels are to pick up aid to give my summons more health, and to support them with things like calm emotions and sanctuary. The sorcerer levels are just to meta magic my existing spells. My guide for builds is reading class and item descriptions. It sometimes is that simple. Also, we throw ideas at each other and see what sticks and what's thrown back. Yeah, all good theory crafting is collaborative. That's a really important thing to mention. Like, chances are, any cool tech you see one of us do, something we got from each other. It's a lot of shared knowledge. Okay. Orin? Good. Good at finding creative ways in the game to kill me. It's useful information to have. I can spam aid to functionally heal my summons. It's faster than going back to the block. Plus 13 initiative in the setup. Use one of my invis rings for this. I have no reason to do this fight. I don't care about the bone spike gloves for this run, so I don't need to spawn in strength or Luke. He's always spawned it. I don't need to deal with strength or Luke. And other than that, this fight is optional, so. Almost accidentally attacked Abbey, and like, respectfully, she could beat the shit out of me. Please.
The Lord of Murder shall perish. But in his doom, he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny.
Glasses. Like 3,500 on Steam, so 2,000 really. I'm talking hour counts. Like 130 hours. How much do I have? Um, 3,321. My current on BG3. And we're still learning new things every day. People with over 3,000 hours are still progressively just learning more things. And yeah, what So Black is saying about how dual wielding is just generally optimal for smiting is absolutely true. There's this logical fallacy that, oh, you should two-hand a greatsword and take Great Weapon Master for your smite build. And it's like, no, because then you're just missing. And your greatsword swing doing more damage doesn't make your smite do more damage. Smite's biggest thing is that it you can abuse on-hit effects with it. So like, for example, if you put a poison on your weapon, you stab someone, you react smite, you applied 2 stacks with that poison. There's 1 two-hander the paladin uses as well. Yeah, the rat bat. That's it. At the end of the day, the majority of people haven't ever finished the game. That too. Majority of people haven't finished the game, and then honor mode completion, and this is including honor mode runs with full party, with mod to have 20 people in your party instead of, 4. While using the cheater's ring. I think it's a cheater's scroll now. Even including those runs. About 2% completion rate for honor mode.
The Baal amulet trembles in fright. Will you?
Is this the same face as Laura? I can't bloodlust with what I currently have going on. Corrupt silence. Not a particularly great con saves right now without the Amulet of Greater Health. I'll just have to be very, very careful. I should really go get that. I'm gonna though. Like, how... How much do I care about being heavily encumbered for this? I suppose I care a little bit. Fine. I forgot to get sorcery points. Oopsie.
I will ascend.
Sure thing, Warren. I ran out of invis spots. Didn't even notice. Everyone a ball is out of the turn order, because all chanters have either been silenced or killed. Oh, let's go Featherfall. I was wondering why Circle of Death did 4 damage because of the Necro spell. What do you mean Circle of Death does 4 damage? I don't understand what you mean. Hey, hello, how are you? Level 6 spell? Did you see the size of the AoE? It hits everything in that AoE. I don't think doing this amount of damage to everything in that massive circle is bad. Like, add up the damage you dealt to each enemy. That's a pretty big deal. Where is Shovel? Shovel and us didn't even make it to the temple. Need more Terrazil right now. Have Wall of Fire, Fireball pretty much the same? No? They're not. Fireball's AoE is tiny. Wall of Fire does not do that damage up front. Different tools. Just because you want Fireball to be good because people like Fireball does not mean that it does the same thing as that. Come on. Let's not be ridiculous.
Victory awaits. Here it comes at last.
And yeah, these guys have evasion, so Fireball wouldn't do shit.
So be it.
She probably growls at me. No, she didn't do anything cool. Decay'zel's good disadvantage. Yes, that does help. I'll have to loop Terrazil this turn. Blight to charge up Life Essence. Make 5 ghouls around this guy. Austin makes me feel good. Consume Life Essence. All them. I want to stay over here. The Decay'zel. Belly Glummer, nice. attacks, oh yeah. Huge damage. Mommy hit it for 30. If the growl didn't go to me. Good. Would we lose? Got the haste for us. Actually, that kind of works out nicely for me. Skeleton's a bludgeoning one, so this is gonna hurt them a lot. It's okay. Arcane battery. Wait, no, I don't need arcane battery. Just do a regular blight. No, we'll arcane battery. It's level blight. Using life essence to do it again. Still saved. Oh no, no you didn't. Honestly? Just click Blight until the fight is over. It's easy. Changes in honor mode, see if one saves more difficult. More difficult. Some core game mechanics are changed. Most unique, like bosses and mini bosses, are given additional things they can do, additional game mechanics. Certain strategies that are well known were specifically disallowed in honor mode. For example, perilous stakes. This right here, you can only target allies with this in honor mode. Mind Sanctuary also works differently. So there are a couple just game mechanic changes in honor mode on top of enemies getting more stuff they can do. Etc. Click Blight, lol. Yeah. Just simply click Blight until the fight is over. Yeah, so the reason why I prioritize, as Say is explaining, I prioritize blasting these the guys on the outer ring with Chain Lightning and moving them with Black Hole, and then also casting Silence, is because there's a mechanic in this fight where if you do not stop all the people chanting, then this big skull up here will every turn refill Orin's Unstoppable stacks back to 12 and apply Baal's Edict to a party member. If you're solo, it's going on you. Baal's Edict is a condition that if you do not get a kill by the time your next turn rolls around, you die. There's no resists, there's no damage, it's if you don't kill something, you die. So, priority one for this was to make sure that that couldn't happen. The reason why I did that way is this lets me have another Stone Pommel Bloodthirst. Regular Bloodthirst. Still have my life essence? Why? That's silly. I shouldn't have that. Mommy just crit for 50 damage on the bludgeoning. Like I saw 50 bludgeoning, 18 necrotic. Mommy just punching for 68 damage. Hey Hootie. When Aura takes one of our camp members, they take their items with them. You get the items in their inventory back in a backpack, but anything they had equipped on them is still on them. That's my understanding.
Of light on something.
Silence disables that? Yeah, they can't chant if they're silent. Silence will cause them to stop chanting and start fighting. But that fulfills the condition.
Another stone. Seek him out. He is all that stands.
It'll look easy to Samantha Pro, and it's the hardest. Okay, maybe second hardest fight in the game. Yeah, this is one of the big reset points for honor mode. Like, a big thing that's a bottleneck is action economy and also targeting. These guys on the outer ring that I was killing, they had sanctuary on them, so I wasn't allowed to directly target them with most things. Now, a convenient thing about this build is I'm spamming blight, and blight is one of the few things that you can target through sanctuary. So I was able to still do that, but also chain lightning, which I opened up with, similar property. I used Black Hole to group them up a bit, and then this one over here I killed with Mind Blast, because that's also an AoE. Which I have very good spell save DC. I actually want to see what the DC on that was. Yeah, DC 21, and I was imposing disadvantage. Yeah, it wasn't gonna succeed that. Blight spots within sanctuary enemies. Yes, blight, chain lightning, thorn whip, gushing air from an air elemental, synaptic discharge from us. There's more that I'm just not remembering right now.
One true way.
For that. I didn't even really have to change my gear much for that. Worked out nicely. And what did I lose summon-wise? I lost one skeleton? No, I have all my skeletons. Oh, I forgot to put one in the fight. That's what it is. I lost a summon. I don't know what it was. I think it was actually just the Dance Macabre ghouls who were meant to die.
Onward.
Cool. It worked out. Anything that doesn't use an attack roll, yeah? No. Have to call it here for the night. Stay safe. Have a good one, Hala. Thanks for stopping by. So, like, of the list that I mentioned, Synaptic Discharge and Whip are both attack rolls. They worked.
At this point, nobody can control the brain, and it knows it. We must seize the third stone before it breaks free.
Chain Lightning is pseudo AoE. Gushing Air is multiple targets and not an attack roll. There does not seem to be rhyme or reason to what is allowed to target through Sanctuary and what isn't. Great Water. We're not talking about action refresh, and so we're talking about Sanctuary bypassing. Like, individually targeted things that allow you to target through Sanctuary.
Proceeding.
And Create Water works because it's not individually targeted. Chain Lightning is not individually targeted thing, though. You can target at the floor. That's true. It won't do anything, but you can do that. You're right. I flubbed a Chain Lightning like that, I think it was yesterday. Completely fucked up.
Loroakan's illusion is blissfully unaware.
Did change
of its
enemies unless they're
caster's
18
demise.
was away from me?
It remains
Yeah,
bound to
I
its
targeted one to the floor and got no forks, so. Another thing for the testing list. You can afford these 2 Chain Lightnings? Yeah, let's do it. Hate this. Alright, what's still left on the fight list? I use so much mental energy just moving around the summons in this run that I get really tired really quickly. Imagine things being reliable and predictable and not described by Volo. Do you imagine? It's just, anti-cast everyone back up to max. Are so used to solo? Yeah. You know, mimics are actually super good at jumping. Really? That's alarming. Like, did you find that out while you were doing Spore Servant stuff? Okay, I would let them not get away. They have good movement, so yeah, that idea really scares me.
Hard to believe she is dead. After all that she
In the
did
background, you just have Mizora staring at
I do
Volo.
not often doubt myself.
Volo paying no
Surviving
attention,
Orin
and
took
Yenna like,
courage
what
and
the
strength
fuck is
I was
happening
not
here?
sure I had. I could not have faced her without you.
You people could face Chosen a ball. You did.
You are trying to raise my spirits. I appreciate it, but any joy the sight of Orin's corpse brings me is but a speck of comforting shade. There is little relief to be found.
I expect their jumps to
from
be
the
hops
heat
like
of the
angry
storm
spice balls.
we are
Yeah.
caught in. While the brain is still free, and we
Jump
are still
distance is just
infected, we
really
will never
fun
be
to
safe.
boost in this game. I
But we
really
can
like
talk of
long
this
jumps.
later. For now, let us be glad that we still draw
Like, if you ever
breath.
want to see just
And
the
that
most
Orin does
insane
not.
jumps, even outside of your character build, get a Spider Familiar, and then Enhance Leap and Cloud Giant on it. Like, the screen is not big enough for you to actually cover its jump distance. Like, you'd have to scroll quite a ways away. Spider Wild Shape? Yeah, Spider Wild Shape can do that. And of course, being a champion fighter, or a couple flavors of Barbarian, or a Monk, you get jump boosts. Taking the Athlete feat also gives you a significant jump boost. You could be jumping, 80 plus meters before even really factoring in gear that boosts jump. It's really fun. Panther and Sabretooth, my joke to you. Yes. No, Panther and Sabretooth are cool and they have that as well. So far, I only know Druid and Storm Sorcerer are ways to reliably get on top of the gates. Oh, at the start of the game? Yeah, just Enhanced Leap and 14 Strength is enough. So any class that has that. It is also possible to luck into a jump potion in the chests and the dig spots before that point. I saw Trade get one once. There's a spot where you can jump up with 16 Strength. Ooh, I would love to see that spot. Without vaulting or Enhanced Leap. Yeah, I would love to see that. So that's one of the scariest fights in the game. And being on high ground makes it so much easier. Looked into that in the Nautiloid, not the chest. Gotcha, gotcha. It is possible from the chest, but yes. Trying to think what fights to do. I can always go tell Gortash that we're locked in, and then that'll allow me to go do Iron Throne without it really affecting whether or not I have to fight him. I guess I do want to do Iron Throne in this run, because that would be enjoyable. I guess I would use Ghouls for better mobility, because they can fly, they can jump. So flying Ghouls with Enhanced Leap, maybe Cloud Giant, probably Vigilance. Start Vigilance, and then I have a Mage Hand throw Cloud Giant at them. Like that idea. Not tested about bringing 2 crates to that fight. Climbing jump up, maybe it's possible. Less than 16 strength, more to science. Yeah, there's likely spots where having a crate tower 2 or 3 high will allow that. See, speaking of, once again, speaking of learning things every day, even having over 3,000 hours in this game, I wasn't aware there was a spot that you could get up with just 16 strength, or if I was, I memory hold it. So, and that's a pretty big thing, because that first fight against the goblins, where Will does his superhero entrance and stuff, that fight is one of the hardest in the game. Easily top 5, because you have no control over the turn order. You don't have level advantage, you don't have a lot of gear options.
You, supplicant, what tribute do you bring to honor the Wave Mother's
Should I?
fallen daughter? The other gods do not look kindly on the bitch queen. But she looks kindly upon your prayers, priest.
Took that as a compliment? Okay.
An act, a rusting pollutant that bleeds blood. Find the master of this poisonous sword. Glorious way.
Weird. The power of negging. I mean, I would respond the same way if Lae'zel walked up to me and started insulting me. Great height limit. It's amazing how much damage just dropping a dagger from that height does. Daggers aren't heavy enough to do fall damage, Clark. So it's an amazing 0 damage. How'd the skeleton get stuck inside of the smoke powder barrel? What do you mean? How did you do this?
Indolence breeds madness. Quickly then.
They didn't get angry to barrels. Yeah, I was expecting that Steel Watcher to aggro. There's a drug deal happening here.
Whoa, whoa, mate. This is the last.
Busy. I'll leave you to it.
Out of the shadow. Takes.
So, Circle of Death, massive AoE. Great opener. I want to knock you into the water. I want to destroy the supply.
I am fury. I am death. I will ascend.
The stat spread used for a 10-2 Wizard Blaster is considered which stats should get boosted with gear and which not to. So we want to forego Dex Gloves for a spell like gloves. Feel like dumping Int and using Slot Headband is least restrictive. So, you would be trying to get your Intelligence and your Charisma as high as possible. Warped Headband would be putting a pretty low cap on how much you get out of Empowered Evocation. So I would not advocate gearing towards that. I think you would most likely be looking at going base 17 Intelligence and 16 Charisma, and then you would go for maybe 16 Intelligence, 17 Charisma. You go for Ethel Hair on Charisma, getting that to 18, because you'll have Agonizing Blast for more of the run than you'll have Empowered Evocation. And then this also allows you to, if you get the Patriarch's Memory for another +1 there, you can spec around that too. Another selling point of having naturally high intelligence on charisma heavy characters is you can use the pointy hat when you get to Act 3 to add your int modifier to your persuasion as well. So you'll get to the point where you can basically sell items at base value, which is insanely profitable. Now, it's money in Act 3, so it's not a huge deal, but it is a cool thing. It also means you can use the pointy hat for things like talking down your gear if you're of a mind to. But yeah, you're looking at having your intelligence and your charisma both as high as possible. A priority on charisma until the late game, at which point it becomes like... Charisma is still technically slightly better, because if you're going Agonizing Blast and a Potent Robe, you have 2 things scaling off Charisma and 1 off your Intelligence. So, given the choice, Charisma more priority, but I do like high Int, because you will have majority Wizard levels, and your Wizard stuff goes off that. Also affects your prepared spells, and that's nice. Dexterity, probably end up with 14 Dex in that setup. Probably. I don't generally like going below 16 Dex, but in this specific kind of build, it does make sense. And strength is most likely being neglected, though I'm still not a believer in going down to 8 strength. So that means your wisdom and your constitution will likely be getting dumped. Wisdom should be dumped anyway, but probably means you're going low con. The low con wizard is scary, but just gotta be extra careful. Another approach is you can glass cannon build, essentially. You can prioritize your mental stats less, your intelligence and your charisma less, and plan on becoming a squid in the end game, because you'll get the Mind Flayer stat block, and they have naturally extremely high intelligence and charisma. But this is like just for game finale. Maybe not hugely useful. Gave a smoke that guy so hard. I mean, the smite did 5 damage. It was the mace. Reminder that smites aren't good. You can give up all of your gear slots to make Thunderous Smite good. You can give up most of your gear slots to make Divine Smite good. But in each case, you're just looking at getting value out of a first level spell slot. You're not doing anything other classes can't do. And the other part of your attack is almost always doing more damage. "14 Dex and low con is where I was figuring, yes. Stop enjoying 8 strength as well, too tactically restrictive." Yeah, just like being in a position where you can't push someone, you can't jump away from them, you can't throw them away from you, and you have no chance of landing a melee attack, it just feels bad. Doing that is probably why a lot of people are like, Wizard's so hard in the early game. Lights and action refresh. Got life essence. Lightning bolt. Now see what people mean with horror game route. Yeah, I had to put it down and come back another day, Sora. It fucked me up. I was not prepared. But people still run into this building instead of away from it. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Both potion addicts. I should point out that I had a strength potion on the majority of this playthrough. But it was still not a good idea for me to actually dump my strength. My strength is 16. So enough to function in situations where I'm not using this elixir. But because I'm carrying around so many situational gear swaps, I'm using that elixir anyway. I like benefiting from strength elixirs. I do not like being dependent on them. Pretty comfortable in the early game at this point. Act 3 is still surprising me pretty frequently. Act 3, you can end up in this situation where, because incoming damage, if it happens, is so high, you could go from completely fine to dead. In a way that it can be kind of hard to figure out what happened. It's extremely good to be able to use different elixirs in specific situations without becoming a complete wimp. Yeah. My knowledge of fights, item locations, and directions of the game is like that of a horse drawing me. I know what you mean. And I don't think you're wrong. It's really funny.
Light steps.
It's a 6th level blight to start. normal damage. I'm gonna make sure I got life essence from that, so.
Objective noted.
So many things new exist. It's a challenge and advertisement for. Makes them make sense. I really enjoy this Staff of Cherish Necromancy gameplay loop. It's so fun. Still don't know who that guy is. He's a Gondian. No, he's the captain of the submarine. He's just kind of like a mercenary type, and he's not really asking questions he knows he should be asking about what Gortash is doing. He's just kind of keeping his head down, and he knows he's in the wrong. So we should blame the Gondians? Well, I mean, not for that reason, but yes. And say it right. You left something out.
You kill the rats, yes?
Funny. The fucking Gondians, exactly. Exactly. We haven't done that Survivor building. Guess we can do that. Yeah, Staff of Cherish Necromancy, just being able to spam 6th level Circle of Death and Blight. Just a couple fillers in between. Highly, highly enjoyable. Like, because of my high casting stat and my gear, it's a DC 21 save that he has disadvantage on. Yeah, stop playing this game, please help. I've been stuck on this game for over a year now. I will be of no help. Ultrasonic movement, if I go back to meleeing more, quite good.
No, I'll not endanger innocence.
What was that? Claire heard a noise.
You treacherous bastard! I'll kill
She's
you
so
myself.
good.
Not the red caps. Oh, please. Not again.
And we have a surprise round here. 8 hours of watching, 8 hours of playing. It's not much, but it's honest work. Amen.
I'm an imbecile. A way to burn their bones. There's a
Counterspell stuff. that. Now we can have Puzzle Lump craft Hagsbane.
Alas, time for chatter.
This vessel... Is that blood? No, never mind. All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Speed. Light potions. Bloodlust. Vigilance sounds good. Almost used the dried fate flower. Let me make sure I make this before I do that. That would have been interesting.
Assume nothing.
This vessel is that.
I guess the cool thing I could do with Crimson Mischief on here is I could equip it in my offhand to give myself the 2-weapon fighting style. And that would make my hand crossbows pretty good too. But I don't have super good dexterity, so it's less relevant. Okay, so I'm tired, and I want to focus up for the remaining fights we have. We have Iron Throne, we have possibly Answer if I decide I hate myself, we have House of Hope, we have Cazador, and then we have Brain. So I'm thinking next session of this will be the end. It'll probably have to be a long stream to fit all that in with how much I kind of meander about. Great stream. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I had lots of fun. Is Mark still going? Mark's still going? Alright, we're rating him. If you have my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If you have Mark's emotes, feel free to spam one of his. But y'all are great. We had lots of fun discussions, game mechanic stuff, welcoming new friends. Y'all are great. I'll see you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye. Make sure I have the right thing up. Cool. Okay, bye.
You're standing there.